You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A coordinator firing in the SEC after LT tells us about Buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
Hey, this holiday season, let Buzz bring the party to you. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. Found on your app store, B-U-Z-D. Download it right now. Use that code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8, alcohol, tobacco, adding inventory constantly. From downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between, we bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
According to Billy Lucci, who covers Texas A&M for TexAgs.com, Jimbo Fisher today has fired Darryl Dickey, who is his offensive coordinator. Couple things on that. Number one, that is generally what you do to buy yourself at least one more year. You get a chance to change coordinators to save your job for another year.
But who are we kidding? Jimbo calls the plays. What does Darryl Dickey do?
That was going to be number two.
Xerox all those papers he holds?
That was going to be number two. Does Jimbo Fisher hire a guy he lets call plays? Is this the administration telling him, you got to get a guy to call plays?
Well, there's a change coming in Tuscaloosa. Bill O'Brien will not be back next year, is what everybody is thinking. Tom Herman, to me, is a great play caller. You can not like him as a head coach at Texas, but I loved his play calling when he was at Ohio State. Would love to see him in Tuscaloosa. If he's not in Tuscaloosa, he would be a great hire for Jimbo at Texas A&M.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, obviously he's recruited that area too.
Yeah, as the Texas head coach.
Yeah, but Tom Herman's got one of these egos. If, in fact, he is going to be the guy, he's going to want to call his plays.
Scott Frost was a really good offensive coordinator before he became a failed head coach.
That's right. Oregon, right?
Oregon, yeah.
Good recruiter, too.
Good recruiter. Keep an eye on him at a lot of places, I would imagine.
But him at Alabama would be a lot of fun, too.
And Garrett Riley is going to be the hottest name if somebody can pry him away from TCU. I don't know that you would jump to A&M, though. That feels like I am risking being out of a job in a year.
Yes, but sort of feels like a coach leaving SMU to be the head coach at TCU.
Yeah.
Worked out good for his boss.
It did. I mean, but Garrett Riley is a name a lot of people are going to want after this year.
Yeah. Sonny Dykes is about to get a new contract, too, or leave, but he's going to get a new contract most likely. TCU's working, man. Working. They don't want somebody to come steal Sonny Dykes now. Working that back channel, trying to get that contract there before they go into the playoffs, maybe before the Big 12 championship game. All right, that's our show. We are back with you 9 a.m. Central on Tuesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
As we did yesterday, Hugh Freeze is the new coach at Auburn. We hope you joined us for our special show yesterday afternoon with immediate reaction. If you didn't, it's still available on all of our video platforms, and you can get that wherever you subscribe to the next round. Here we go now, live on a Tuesday. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Tyler, and Taylor all with you today, and we hope you participate as well. As we get going, it is official now this morning that Hugh Freeze, who will be announced in 1 hour, introduced to the Auburn family in a news conference, has officially kept Carnell Williams, Cadillac Williams, the interim head coach. He'll become the first official hire on the coaching staff there at Auburn. That was almost a must, it seemed like, that the Auburn fan base, whether they were in the pro-Freeze camp or not, and you see a picture of Carnell and Hugh together there last night, no matter whether you're in the Hugh Freeze camp or not, everyone wanted Carnell Williams to still be on that coaching staff.
Yeah, look, that was one of the things that had to happen, and Carnell did a great job of keeping this thing together, going 2-2 as the interim coach. He brings so much electricity. I mean, he is a true Auburn man, and great for recruiting, just great for everything. I mean, it was an absolute no-brainer to keep Carnell, and he gets a raise. He's an associate head coach now, gets a promotion.
Yeah, I think, he obviously he earned that, and what he did, not just on the previous staff, but obviously in the interim situation. I think he earned every bit of that. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was a condition of employment for Hugh Freeze. If he was told point blank, I'd probably, it's one of those, like you say to your kids, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but.
Right.
Like that Auburn said, we shouldn't have to tell you this, but we're going to say, Carnell Williams is going to be part of this staff. That wouldn't surprise me at all. And I'm sure Hugh Freeze, who really, really, really wanted this job, A, was probably going to keep him anyway. And B, once you're told or strongly encouraged to do so, clearly you're going to do it.
Well, let's jump off right there
All right.
to what is perceived to be happening, and maybe some questions will come the way of the Auburn athletic director, John Cohen, and Hugh Freeze a little bit later on at the top of the hour when he is introduced live down to the Auburn family. But the financials that are out there, $6.5 million a year, 6 years, that is 8th in the SEC in salary. So by Auburn standards, they got a financial deal on Hugh Freeze. It may be the guy they wanted. I mean, John Cohen said it ended where it started, making it sound like he was the first place we went and we ended up back with Hugh Freeze. That's the way I read that phrase. But at $6.5 million, by where Auburn is in the SEC pecking order, getting the 8th highest paid coach, Auburn's getting a financial deal in Hugh Freeze.
Oh, I would agree. Yeah, I mean, look, if you would have gotten Lane Kiffin, which I know there's still a lot of Auburn fans that are upset that Lane didn't come to the Plains, you would have been paying $9 or $10 million.
Yeah, he's about to sign a $9 million contract at Ole Miss. The numbers being tossed around were $10 million, 10 years at Auburn. So a financial deal there. And also a little bit of control over Hugh Freeze. I mean, there are reports from Pat Forty and others that, some coaches want autonomy. They go in, no, I'm in charge of my staff. I'm in charge of this and this and this.
I think Lane Kiffin would have demanded that.
And that's what Lane Kiffin may have been demanding. It's what Nick Saban got when he came to Alabama. A lot of people, Billy Napier wanted it when he interviewed down at Auburn before they gave it to Brian Harsin. That's not what Hugh Freeze is walking into if the reports are true.
Well, I mean, that's, again, Pat Forty's report is that he, as a condition of employment, agreed to hand over control of his social media accounts to Auburn University, that someone at Auburn will handle that. Now, and Scott is showing you the text from the Pat Forty Sports Illustrated story that quotes multiple sources as saying that. I mean, I obviously, maybe John Cohen or Hugh Freeze will be asked about this. I don't know how forthcoming they would be on that answer, because that answer opens the door for a lot more questions, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've never done this, so why are you doing it now?
There has to be a reason why you have a PR firm hired and you are taking control of this guy's social media. Now, I'll be honest with you. When I see a tweet from Kirby Smart, having spent some time with Kirby Smart over the years, I don't think Kirby's sending that tweet, to be honest with you.
Good chance he's not.
No, do you think Lane Kiffin's in his, though?
Yeah,
100% Lane Kiffin is. Yeah.
Well, a couple of things. I mean, to the Lane Kiffin, I don't think any of us are dumb enough to know there was not communication between Kiffin and Auburn.
Well, of course there was.
Could that have been the breaking point?
What? Nah, because I think this is Hugh Freeze only is the thing, But
what is – so I've never followed Hugh Freeze on social media. I mean, is he –
I think the concern is yes.
Controversial that somebody that he would clap back on somebody?
Not as much. I think the concern is there was a young lady that had a sexual harassment claim, and Hugh was not involved in it at all, but reached out to her privately and was in support of Ian McCall, who was the athletics director at Baylor when all that stuff went down at Baylor, and now was at Liberty. And she had a big issue with it and complained about it. And I think if there's a reason you would take it away from him, it has something to do with that. I mean, there's nothing he's publicly tweeted that you would have any issue with that I could see.
No, but Coach Freeze is the kind of guy who loves. I mean, how do I phrase this? He loves to reach out to media members. Like he is not afraid to text you or call you or reach out to you about something you may have said, written, or maybe to give you a little information that would make the program look good. He's friendly with the media.
Yeah.
And not all coaches are that way.
They're not, and I don't think there's any issue at all with that. It's all about this deal at Liberty. I mean, that's what this would if in fact this has happened, and if Auburn admits it, and if they're asked why, I don't know that they'll answer that, but it's abundantly clear, I think, that was the issue there.
PR move. It's a PR move.
It's a PR move. It's why you have if you did have a PR firm, it's why you have one. It's why you do this thing. So, I mean, Lance, it's one of those things like you're going to get some backlash from this hire, so this is a preemptive strike against that backlash.
Boy, I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, today's culture, it's different than it used to be. But some of the text I've gotten from Auburn alum, I mean, it is amazing. And I think there is a huge division. Well, I say this. I got a couple of texts from guys that are Auburn grads last night.
That are not happy. These are not happy texts.
That are not happy.
Did you get any happy text?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'm just saying I can't believe how divisive this hire is. And I guess that's one of our reasons that, our social media director, Taylor Cohen, who just graduated from Auburn in May, that she wasn't 100% excited because she wanted everybody to be on board on this hire.
That's right. That's what was disappointing to her. She, being a recent Auburn grad, wanted everybody to come together, read the creed, roll Toomer's Corner, and everybody dance off into the sunset. But just speaking with her moments ago outside, she feels, as always, great advice to anyone out there. What is troubling one day, the sun comes up the next day and it looks totally different. She's in a different mood today after talking to people who are positive about Hugh Freeze and what he can do at Auburn and win football games. She feels different about it. And that's it. You have an initial reaction because it's not the person you wanted. But then today you go, okay, he's our guy now. So he's about to be officially introduced in 52 minutes. He's our guy. So I love Auburn more than I do any specific guy, so I'm going to pull for him, and off we go. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll give you my example. So after the Rams won Super Bowl 34, Dick Vermeil wanted to stay around, and Mike Martz, the offensive coordinator, said, I'm going to take another job if you don't give me the head job. Basically forced him out. And Georgia Frontier, the owner then, she decided that it was best to go with Mike Martz and basically told Dick Vermeil it was time to retire. I didn't like Mike Martz to begin with, loved his offense back then. But I continued, obviously, to pull for the Rams. Didn't like smarmy Mike Martz. Mike Martz got him to a Super Bowl in Super Bowl 36. His ego and the fact that the Patriots cheated ultimately got him beat. But I continue to pull for the Rams every single Sunday.
That's right.
So you don't necessarily – you can support your coach, pull for your team and your program, but you don't have to like the guy.
But give me examples, and I'm not saying there aren't any. I'm just saying let's put this in perspective. Give me examples of hires that you believe were 100% applauded by their fan base. 100%, nobody saying,
Nick
what
Saban.
Are we doing here? All right, there's one. That's an obvious one.
I think Urban Meyer to Ohio State.
I would agree
Probably.
with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's two.
Urban Meyer to Cincinnati if it happens in a few weeks.
Do you think that's a possibility, though?
He's a Cincinnati grad, and his son's on the coaching staff there. Yeah.
Wow. You've got a good point, because I sit there and I'm about to say Brian Kelly, and it wasn't.
You think with Lincoln Riley to USC, was that 100%, you think?
That seemed like it, yeah.
Okay. These are fairly obvious ones, though.
Lincoln Riley to Oklahoma was not.
Nope.
Brian Kelly to LSU was not.
It was not. Nope. Lane Kiffin to Ole Miss, I don't know that was 100%.
I wonder right now, Luke Fickell to Wisconsin, they should be really excited.
I'd say Kirby to Georgia was 100%.
Kirby to Georgia
Even though he was an unproven head coach, he was one of theirs. He had been with Saban that long, and people thought they were getting a little Saban, and in a lot of ways they have.
Ironically, Jimbo to A&M.
Yeah, it might have been. So there's a great example of, hey, even when it's 100%, it ain't always great.
It seems like they packed their basketball arena and gave him a pair of boots. If I remember,
I think they did. Yeah,
they were
introductory news
so
conference.
excited about that.
So you see my point, though, is that
Scott Frost in Nebraska.
Oh yeah. There's another one that didn't work. So you see my point that there are
Cristobal to Miami. Yes, when you're bringing guys home.
Yeah,
absolutely. Which was
the favorite son.
That was the social media that was sent out. Welcome home. To Hugh yesterday. That was the way it was being played on social media. Welcome home.
Who sent that?
I think it came from was that on the Auburn release, Forrester? Yes.
How's it? When has he lived in Auburn?
I don't know. That was what was puzzling to me. Well, it's home now. Yes,
well, it is now. But yeah,
maybe he'll stay forever.
Yeah.
So welcome home.
Okay, I see. I guess so.
Yeah, we'll leave the light on for you. I didn't, never lived in a hotel, but welcome home.
So yeah, it's,
I was trying to. I was like, did Hugh coach at some point at Auburn?
Right.
But his daughter went to school there. I didn't know that.
And
Jordan's been in school there.
We talked about this yesterday. I didn't realize until I was in the bathroom right before he was named, and there was another dude that's in another office at our building. He said, "So what's the latest?" I said, "Man, I really don't know." And he said, "Is it not going to be Hugh?" And he started talking to me, and he was like, Hugh just bought a place at Lake Martin this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 6 months ago, like he almost
when he said
happen.
Hugh, I thought he said you, and I was like, I didn't buy a place at Lake Martin. I wish I could.
So even when it's a unifying hire, it doesn't always work. And the point here is, if Hugh Freeze wins the way people want him to win, you will have a very difficult time finding the critics of this hire 3 or 4 years from now. If Hugh Freeze loses and gets fired, there will be a lot of people that are like, I was never on board with it. That's the way this is going to work.
Can I read you guys 2 texts, one from a guy, one from a girl that graduated?
Sure.
Because I think these are...
Okay, let's take this throw some sponsorship out here first. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Coming up on the show, Hugh Freeze's news conference at the top of the hour. Brandon Marcello, who has long ties to the SEC. He's the national columnist for 24/7. He joins us at 11 o'clock. Bo Wallace, who was a quarterback for Hugh Freeze. He'll be on the show with us at 12 noon Central Time. We'll talk to Bo about the playbook, the quarterback coaching, all the positives that Hugh Freeze brings to a football team, coming up at 12 noon today with a guy who played from him. It's all brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, one simple phone call that I made 2 decades ago, 969-8100. Call Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I got the procedure done over 20 years ago. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to ever perform LASIK in the state of Alabama back in 1995. A true pioneer. Dr. Jen Michelson, they are the best in the business, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Make the call today, 969-8100. Tell them the next round sent you. You can also go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Land My Believer now says male Barners, or Auburn fans, I hate that phrase, are mostly in favor. Female Auburn fans disapprove.
That's a very sweeping comment.
Yeah. Well, this is a male that sent me this first last night.
How old is this male?
I would say 45.
All right, a 45-year-old male.
45. This is a dumb effing hire. I honestly am pissed about it. I love Auburn, but this will be an all-time bad hire. Freeze is worse than Malzahn. Plus, he will bring the NCAA sanctions and will never sniff a championship game. Harsin just sucked at winning. Freeze never won anything of consequence. He wrecked Ole Miss in accomplishing nothing. This wasn't the hire to make, not to mention that we are going to be a national embarrassment for an entire offseason and then maybe win 7 or 8 games great.
All right, so let me
First of all, the NCAA sanctions.
Yeah, that's the last thing I'm
What
worried
the hell are
about.
you going to get penalized for now? You can give people cards.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, when we discussed this in our extra show yesterday, which is still, if you want our immediate reaction, go back and watch that at some point. Stay with this one right now, though. But, our reaction there was Alabama probably would like to hire Jeremy Pruitt. We were talking about this in terms of the NCAA concerns, and you're like, NCAA is the least powerful it's ever been. Yeah. That's the last thing.
And listen, I said last Wednesday, go get Jeremy Pruitt.
Yeah.
Go get him on the staff before the NCAA ruling even comes down to do the show cause. I'll show you your cause. I've already hired him.
That is the last thing I am worried about. The very last thing I would be worried about with Hugh Freeze is the NCAA.
Yep.
Now, does he have a history there? Yeah. But I'm just saying, even in this short amount of time from when they were popped to now, the NCAA is toothless. It's a toothless organization. The last thing I would be worried about is the NCAA with him. So if that's a concern for 45-year-old Auburn grad, you may not have wanted to hire a guy with that history of it, but the fact that history equals a future issue with it, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, and Jason is correct. All you need to know from the other side of the state is Nick Saban tried to hire this guy just a few months ago, right?
I think he wanted him to be an analyst back when he was out of football, if I remember correctly.
Wanted him to be an analyst because, I'll be honest, I've talked to several Alabama people, some with influence, who are big Hugh Freeze. They like Hugh Freeze. Nice guy, and glad he's getting an opportunity to coach at this level again. So there's people on both sides of the state that like Hugh Freeze. I know you probably don't just get Lunsford to screen grab that for you and clap back at your friend in a few years if Hugh wins anything. Say that's one that you want to say.
Well, look,
I remember, dude, when you said this on the day he was hired.
Now here is a overwhelming and pretty consistent female perspective of this.
Okay,
and this is from one of the roommates' friends who graduated from Auburn.
How old?
30
some odd Auburn female graduate.
Relationship status?
I want to give context.
I think she is dating. I have never been, and this is 7:15 this morning, I have never been more embarrassed to be an Auburn graduate. I would totally be on board. It's one thing for Cadillac to step down to a leader with a proven body of work. This man is a terrible hire on either side of the issue. If you care about victims of sexual assault and character, he is a horrific hire. If you only care about winning, he has a worse record than Gus Malzahn. It just doesn't make sense.
Now,
on that, I want to bring in Lunsford from the back row. Is he back there? Yeah.
That's correct, Jim.
Lunsford instantly started crunching numbers about Malzahn and Freeze during a period of time when Freeze was at Ole Miss. What did you find out, Lunsford?
So technically, yes, he has a worse record than Gus Malzahn because Malzahn over 8 years, it was 8 years, right? At Auburn, lost 4.3 games per year. Hugh Freeze lost 5 games per year on average at Ole Miss. That's just using their SEC time, not counting Liberty and all that kind of stuff. So just going off records.
At Auburn, at Ole Miss.
At Auburn and Ole Miss. Technically, yes, Gus had a better record. He beat Alabama, 3 times in that 8 years as opposed to 2 and 5 for Hugh Freeze. So I guess technically Hugh has the advantage, but I mean that's crunching really small numbers.
Now those are his actual numbers, not the NCAA.
Without NCAA violations.
Oh no, he's like 6-21.
I mean, I can't even find a true record on that.
I know. I don't even know what his actual record is because they had to give away.
He had 25 actual losses.
Okay,
and then only 10 wins stayed, so all the rest ended up becoming losses.
But I think it is fair to show all sides. Yesterday we had a conversation with Brittany Wagner, who was up here for the Next Round Cocktail Hour. And when she was on Last Chance U at Scuba at East Mississippi, JUCO, whatever the college was, Hugh came through like a lot of coaches did, but Hugh came through as many or more times than any of these other coaches. And she said that she would be alone in her office and never once was the guy out of line. He was a gentleman. He was charismatic. He asked her personal questions about like how her day and career are going. She said he couldn't have been nicer. And he was the one that actually helped her get her an agent at Creative, at CAA.
And you say that on a backdrop where there were other coaches who rolled through there, not mentioning names, who may have flirted with her or done some other things. He was the opposite of what the majority of the coaches who came through there.
She said 7 or 8 out of 10, 75% of coaches were acting inappropriately at times. Never got that from Hugh Freeze. Just giving that side of it. I'm not saying the guy's a saint by any means, but she legitimately said that not only off record but on record.
Yeah, part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Backyard Adventure. Get on the record with the best gift you can this holiday season for the kids in your own backyard there. BackyardAlabama.com. Just imagine having the perfect playground in your backyard to where instantly you get home from work or in the middle of the day, you can jump out in the backyard and have the best time with your kids. Make those special memories. Go to the website. Whether you're watching in Huntsville this morning or down in Montgomery, over in Atlanta, anywhere you get the next round, BackyardAlabama.com. BackyardAlabama.com. Find a location near you. They also have alley-oop trampolines, goal setter basketball goals. They set it up, they take it down, they move it, landscaping, maintenance programs. They have it all for you, and it is 100% unbelievable quality cedar for backyard adventures. BackyardAlabama.com. BackyardAlabama.com. Just check it out. You're going to love that for your kids coming up this holiday season. So we'll get to the news conference at the top of the hour of Hugh Freeze being introduced down at Auburn, and then get more reaction coming up later on. Hugh Freeze has named the Auburn head coach. Technically, they're saying it's the 31st head coach. Do they count interims? Do they not count
Auburn
interims?
does, yeah, so it's the 31st. That's from Auburn.
Okay, so that's counting Carnell as the 30th, and Brian Harsin is the 29th, I assume, right? They count the interim. Ended where it started is what John Cohen said, and best fit. Fit is something you'll hear a lot talked about throughout the day. He is a guy who won games at Liberty, but he is known as an unbelievable play caller. He's known as an unbelievable quarterback developer. He's known as a really, really good recruiter. And Auburn has that $100 million facility to start showing to recruit. So Hugh Freeze already recruiting according to reports, and he kept Carnell Williams on the staff, his first official hire today, Carnell Williams down at Auburn. So that's the backdrop on everything going on today. We'll continue the conversation. We want you to be part of it. We'll get some of your reaction from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. 5 great locations for Vulcan Tire. You can also call us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. In the next segment, your reaction, but also we'll run through some reaction of some mover and shakers down at Auburn who were on social media last night welcoming Hugh Freeze to the Auburn family. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. We'll give you an injury update later on in our SEC championship countdown, but Jaden Daniels is a guy to keep an eye on this weekend, trying to get him back in the game.
Hey, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. They encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Back with you on the next round. Couple of personal things here quickly before we get back into the Hugh Freeze discussion. First off, Mickey, one of our viewers, female viewers up in the Huntsville area up there. Had a chance to meet her when I was at the Huntsville Quarterback Club. She sent a nice card and homemade, help me, what kind of salsa is this, Brownie? The green kind? Verde. With some of the green tomatoes, made with the green tomatoes she pulled out of her own garden, her and her husband.
You tried it yet?
I have not opened it up yet. So she made it just earlier this month on the 15th, as it's labeled on the top. So I figured we'll pop it later today, and as we watch the USA soccer team, Rockstar, at around 1 o'clock in the lobby.
Exactly at 1 o'clock.
We'll pull some chips here and enjoy a little soccer today. She promised me it's a good flavor, good taste, so I can't look forward to doing it.
You feel good about the Americans?
Well, this just lets you guys know this could be one of the biggest games in American football history.
You know how that goes.
Yeah, I've heard that.
They've got to win today to advance.
At least last time, you told me that they tied and lose.
Ties. We cannot tie today.
Cannot tie.
It's a lot of pressure.
Bubble's going to burst if they tie.
Have you looked at the odds? I ask you this all the time. What's America's strong
so,
favorite?
I know, not a strong favorite. They're even money. And then Iran is plus 180, 200. So they're the dog.
What's the draw?
And then the draw, I forgot what the draw is. So it looks like it.
See, Iran can play for a draw and they advance.
Yeah.
So that's advantage.
But the U.S.
Iran.
can't draw.
Yeah.
No. But it looks like your favorite is the U.S. to win it. But, I mean, it's up in the air.
Tight.
It looks like a draw is right there in play, too.
Basically, Brown, the U.S. is Jim on Upset Alert Tuesday. I'm the only one that can't draw. up here. The other personal note, on a sad note, our friend Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, we're all big pet lovers on this show. And yesterday, I think his dog of 12, 13, 14 years, Lady Boo, they had to put her down. And it was an emotional day for the family and the kids that have been with that dog for a long, long time. So our thoughts out with Greg's family there. Is, pets are such a big part of the family. Greg from Pell City, just a great guy, Storm Restoration Roofing. We're thinking about you today, Greg. And if you're thinking about your roof ever, Storm Restoration Roofing will be glad to get on your roof. Greg Nelson back at work today, up on that roof, giving you a free no-cost roof inspection. You can do that, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Free no-cost inspection, no obligation. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. He's got the best warranties. Check him out right there, 205-542-3531. That free no-cost roof inspection from Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, back to the coaching carousel. More on Hugh Freeze and your reaction in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Brown's about to give you some of what you guys are saying there. But one other note yesterday, I never got to it, even though I teased it one time, that Marcus Satterfield, the guy who's helped South Carolina as the offensive coordinator, was a hot target for Matt Rule at Nebraska. That went down yesterday afternoon. So South Carolina, right in the middle of their hottest streak in a long, long time, loses their offensive coordinator. Satterfield had been with Matt Rule at Temple, at Baylor, and had gone with him to the Carolina Panthers and had left to become the OC at South Carolina. So a bad loss for Shane Beamer on the coaching staff, but obviously Satterfield wants to be with Matt Rule, had coached with him many times and wanted to be back with him in Nebraska. It's a good first hire, good get for Matt Rule at Nebraska.
No, you were talking about value for Hugh Freeze. I mean, in terms of what you pay SEC coaches, Big Ten coaches' salaries are right there in line. And you look at Rule signs an 8-year, $74 million contract. Third highest paid Big Ten coach right now, behind Ryan Day and Mel Tucker. Yeah. If I'm Harbaugh and I'm making less than Mel Tucker.
Well, remember, Harbaugh gave back a big chunk of his contract
he needs
to
it back
save
now,
his job,
though.
but he deserves it back now, yes.
By the way, Marcus Satterfield, big listener to the show, he was actually the guy that introduced our show to Matt Rule. Matt Rule listened to our show when he was the coach at Baylor because he and Satterfield were together at Baylor. So
Marcus
they're back.
Marcus and Matt rolled together. They drove to work together a lot of days.
They worked together.
And used to listen to our shows in the morning. So
that's right.
If they want to win in Nebraska, they'll be back recruiting this area.
And listen to our show. That's right. They listen anywhere.
Lunsford, while Brown goes to the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, can you quickly just check if we have any viewers right now in Lincoln, Nebraska? Just check. I know you can do that.
Listen, this is going to be hard to know as I read these all the time who are Alabama fans, who are Auburn fans. So just understand as I read these, I don't know who everybody pulls for here. Sometimes it's obvious if they're calling them Barners or something like Bammers. I think I can figure that one out.
And by the way, if it's N for AU, that's probably an Auburn fan. If it's I got 18, that may be an Alabama
sometimes
fan.
It's obvious, sometimes it's not. Wicked Roller earlier says, let's not forget the elephant in the room. It is going to take Auburn at least 3 recruiting classes of great recruiting to even be back competitive. Their recruiting has fallen off. It was falling off late under Malzahn. It fell off badly under Brian Harsin. And you have the signing day is 2 weeks away?
Yeah.
You got 2 weeks to try to do anything in this signing cycle.
I don't buy into those excuses anymore.
Well, I mean, the transfer portal helps.
That's what I'm saying. The portal can turn this thing around in a second. I mean, I saw USC go from 4-8 to an opportunity this Friday to go to a college football playoff in year 1 under Lincoln Riley.
That is true. Now, he was able to bring the Heisman Trophy winner with him, and it's a quarterback game, so that's a good place to start. But there are quarterbacks that will be available in the portal, and you may think you have your next quarterback with great coaching with Robbie Ashford there, however that plays out. Not everybody can do what USC did, but that does make it easier. But who did that again? What's the guy's name that did that?
Wicked Roller.
Wicked Roller nails the whole situation at Auburn. It's roster, right? You got to get a better roster to move up and compete with the great rosters in the SEC. And I would say when you have 39 scholarship players during a bowl game like LSU had last year, and then you come in, you bring in a quarterback that maybe wasn't one of the most sought-after quarterbacks in the portal, and you bring in however many other players they brought in, LSU turned it around pretty quick.
Yeah.
Ole Miss I don't even know if Lane recruits traditionally anymore. He just seems to be a portal guy, but it works at Ole Miss. So the portal does open the door for Hugh Freeze, that great facility, and the NIL money that Auburn has to throw around now. That opens the door for a lot of people to come in.
Albert says, we know Freeze is the hire. We know the fans are going to be torn. Real question is, who will the coordinators be? I think that's even more interesting on the defensive side.
On the defensive side, 100%.
Yeah, Freeze is going to have his hands on the offense. Though we'll talk to Bo Wallace. A lot of what I've read about Freeze and have been told about Freeze is he lets his coordinators his offensive coordinator really, have surprisingly more leeway than you would think. Like, he doesn't micromanage that guy. And it'll be interesting. Bo Wallace, who is now coaching, played for him. I would like to hear what he says coming up at noon, because you view Freeze as he wasn't calling plays, but he was kind of the offensive mind.
Freeze was not calling plays?
I don't think so.
I always thought he did call the plays back at Ole Miss. I don't know if he was at Liberty. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Well, you know, technically, I guess Lane wasn't calling plays last year when Lebby was in the booth either at Ole Miss, right? They was always perceived Jeff Lebby was calling the plays. Because Herbstreit even said in one of the broadcasts, Lebby is one of the great offensive minds and is so quick at calling the plays.
They always said that, but it felt like Freeze was calling, Lane was calling them to me. Sarah says, did Freeze really think this through or just see the money? That's the thing about this. He's actually not getting that, I hate to say that big of a raise because it's $1 million-ish, but I think he was up to $5 million at Liberty.
He just signed a $5 million extension. Yeah. His new contract, if he had stayed, was going to be $5 million a year.
I'll say this, hate or love Hugh Freeze or being indifferent, I remember watching a Rinaldi thing years ago when he was at Ole Miss. And his ultimate goal, and I don't know if you guys remember this, Verno telling us, I think it was right when Hugh Freeze got the Ole Miss job, that he was campaigning to be Memphis's women's basketball
That's right.
coach.
He was trying to get that gig, yeah.
Yeah, he just wants to coach. And anyway, the Rinaldi piece, it was him and his wife, and he talked about his ultimate dream was to be an SEC coach, and he can't believe he's living out his dream. Look, he made a mistake, made multiple mistakes, and he lost that opportunity. He's gotten it again, and I think he even appreciates his Auburn job much more than he did Ole Miss. I think this is a destination job for him. I think he will put everything he's got into it. Whether that equates to success or not, I don't know. I think it probably will, but I think he's all in 100%.
And I agree with you. Oxford, Mississippi native, so you can imagine how big of a loss it was losing that Ole Miss job for him. Now he's got this opportunity. The person I talked to last night who is friends with Hugh said he just wanted another opportunity, one more opportunity at this level. And I think they could have gotten him for $3 million.
Probably.
Or $2 million if they wanted to. So I don't think he's chasing money.
Troy says, easier to win at Auburn than Ole Miss. Easier to recruit to Auburn than Ole Miss. Auburn has better facilities, higher NIL collective. This is a home run hire. Save all your preaching for Sunday.
I mean, I agree with almost everything he says there.
What part do you not agree with?
You could preach every day.
I preach every day. Some churches meet on Saturday.
Well, I agree with everything he said.
Yeah. More from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room after I tell you about the great folks at Way to Wellness. Swing by there later today, and I go by there once a week just to see the great folks, Leslie and her team at Way to Wellness. If you're sitting here right now and you're like, my goodness, this football season I have put on a layer of fat and I do not know how to get it off, Way to Wellness has that plan for you. It's different for everybody, but they can come up with a plan for you. And here's the best part about Way to Wellness. There's no contract, so you're not tied into something for a year or 2 years. There's no sign-up fee. And the first consultation with Leslie is absolutely free. So you can go check this out with no financial hurt in your pocket at all. No money out of pocket. Just go talk to Leslie and her board-certified team. How do you do that? You go to this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. That'll get you to Way to Wellness. Again, no contracts, no sign-up fee, no out-of-pocket money, free consultation. If you need more information, hit me up on social media, and I'll tell you all about our friends at Way to Wellness.
Does Hugh take a quarterback or try to develop Ashford or Gurner? I think Ashford could get the most out of Ashford. I was about to say I think he could flourish in that system.
Look at Malik Willis at Liberty.
Yeah, but I mean, Malik Willis is an NFL quarterback.
He is now.
Well, I know, but I mean, was he before and Hugh just unlocked that? Is Ashford that guy? I don't know. I'm just saying I don't think you could say, oh, he turned Malik Willis an NFL quarterback. He can do the same for Ashford. Well, you got to have some skill set there.
But I do think Ashford, I brought this up months ago. I think he has got a skill set. Once you refine it mechanically, you get him going in the right direction, which I think Hugh will. I think Ashford could be one of the most improved players in college football next year.
There's Robbie Ashford being excited on social media about the hire. He knows what he was able to do with quarterbacks. And I will tell you, you look at, Bo Wallace, who'll be on the show later on, and Kelly, who just won a Grey Cup at Toronto. The guy is taking different kinds of quarterbacks and won with them. It'll be interesting to see what he's able to do with Robbie Ashford, who made an NFL-like throw for a touchdown to the Iron Bowl.
He did. That was one good throw he made. Now,
where we were sitting with our seat in the press box, the angle, we had the perfect angle from behind
throw.
Robbie Ashford to see that pass, and it was on a rope.
Yep. Jason says, I say keep Will Friend. We got some a little assistant coach talk here. Keep Will Friend. He had a great play calling last 4 weeks. It was rough, early in that Mississippi State game. They were kind of thrown into it, but I thought they changed the run game, and it became a really punishing run game. Troy adds to that, I think it's time to call all our Auburn men home. Damian Craig, T-Rob, Charles Kelly, Clay Helton, Tracy Rocker. Clay Helton's the head coach. Tracy Rocker, Stacy Searles, all A-plus recruiters. Time to bring them home. I would disagree. I think you go hire the best people you can hire, whether they played at Auburn, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, Nevada. Go hire the best coaches you can hire. I've never really believed in, so-and-so played here, let's make sure they get him. Well, is he the best guy at that position? Yeah. Well, nobody played here. Well, then go get the best guy at the position if you can.
Yeah, but if that guy is really good at that position. Then
he played there, it's a bonus.
It's a bonus, like Carnell Williams is right now. Much more reaction, including phone calls and such, coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Even LT said, man, I need to go see Brown's guy yesterday. Yeah.
Dr. Lee.
Dr. Lee, man. I saw him all of last year, and this is what I get for taking time off.
That's right.
I mean, my neck is sore nonstop. This is a guy that will align you the right way, and right when you leave there, you're going to feel like a new guy.
Hey, buddy, I can't say it any better than what Lance just did.
Yeah, somebody's looking for a free visit right there. He jumped in on that one, didn't he?
Tattersall Park, just off 280 on 119. Greystone Chiropractic, Element Wellness under the same roof. Make you look better, feel better, heal better at Element Wellness. ElementWellness.me and Greystone Chiropractic.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Before Brown tells you about our friends at MyBookie, let me give you some lines for the championship games this weekend. The most competitive ones that could impact the playoffs involve the two teams who could play their way out of the playoffs. TCU, just a 2.5-point favorite as they play Kansas State. That is in Arlington, right? At the Cowboys' Big House. And then USC, minus 2.5 as they play Utah in Vegas for that game. So both of those championship games are inside a field goal. Both the teams that are in the playoffs right now are favored, but not by a ton. You expect those both to be competitive football games.
I do, and I was a little surprised. I thought the way USC's playing right now, that might be bumped up. I know their only loss this year is to Utah, that 1-point loss, but I thought it might be bumped up to like 4.5 because USC is one of the most played teams in Las Vegas. The game's in Las Vegas. If I'm just looking outside perspective right now, it looks like TCU and USC both lose.
Okay, that's from LT.
Based on Vegas numbers right now.
Reading the numbers right there, which could open the door for a big discussion that we'll get to later on when it comes to the College Football Playoff Committee's rankings tonight. That look at two of the lines in the championship brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND when you go to MyBookie.ag. They're doing a really great deal here. On a deposit of $500 or more, you can claim a bonus of up to $200 and use it right away. Basically, the new deposit bonus is a 10% cash bonus on deposits up to $2,000, I should say. The minimum deposit's $50. Maximum bonus is $200. So basically a 10% bonus on anything up to $2,000. So it's a great deal right now. When you go to mybookie.ag, code next round, mybookie.ag, code next round, bet on the NFL, NCAA, the big cash prizes and blackjack tournaments. Basically bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag. Code next round. That is mybookie.ag. Code next round.
We will do our Dr. Pepper SEC Championship look ahead here in just a second, but a reminder, the Hugh Freeze Introduction News Conference coming up at the top of the hour here, so we will get to that, and Auburn fans will join together and rejoice of their new football coach named yesterday, Hugh Freeze. That's what will happen eventually.
Join
Auburn fans
and rejoice.
They will eventually. I mean,
if he wins, they will.
That's what you do. Eventually, you got to get behind your guy, and it starts at the top of the hour.
If they win,
I heard a former Auburn player yesterday saying that he believes 8 or 9 wins is the number next year.
Well, that's a
That's a great first
turnaround.
year.
Yeah, great turnaround. Now to our Dr. Pepper look ahead to the SEC Championship presented by our friends at Dr. Pepper. You see the information there on the screen about the SEC Championship coming up this weekend. Georgia, 18.5-point favorite as the day starts in that contest. Here is head coach Kirby Smart talking about being consistent and finishing the deal like they did last year.
I don't have an explanation for why we might not play with the consistency. I think every coach would say the number one trait they want to have is consistency in performance, and we really haven't had consistency in performance. Maybe not as much as the team the year before's had, but what they have had is resiliency, competitiveness, pridefulness, and response mechanism has been pretty positive. And I think that's comes through training. You don't just get good at that by happenstance. You have to really work at it. And we said at the beginning of the year this team was going to be different, and the difference was going to be they had to have a lot of grit and toughness, and they've had that so far.
And Kirby's been through this now, and even as it's a championship game, you want to win it this weekend, but he knows he's in the playoffs regardless. So they will have another long 30-day layoff coming up here, basically, before they get to a must-win situation. He went through this so many times with Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa. That is a big advantage for Kirby going in. Jim Harbaugh is still trying to figure out how to make that work. He didn't have a great game against Georgia last year. Kirby's got a huge advantage coming up here in these college football playoffs.
Well, he should certainly know how to manage this. I mean, he's had to do it already a couple times, and then he saw Nick Saban do it numerous times. He was part of that staff when they did that. But this game, I mean, the line tells you it's not a game at all. Right?
Not expected to be very close. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask, the Florida games, when Alabama played Florida, those like 15, 16, somewhere around there, was it about this same number? Were they as high as this?
I remember, there was a Missouri game and a Florida game that were right around 20, both of them.
This doesn't feel the same as those, but the number's about the same.
Look, I love the fact that we've got a college football playoff. I love the fact that it's going to expand. But this would be a more exciting weekend if we were back to the old BCS. There's no doubt. Because if for whatever reason Georgia and Michigan both lost and TCU and USC both won, who gets in?
Yeah, it could become a very convoluted situation there. The other side of the coin of our Dr. Pepper SEC preview here is Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly talking about his first run through the SEC West and ending up on top of it.
When you joined the SEC West then and you thought about what it was to go through a year, how does that compare to now? I guess what was the biggest takeaway from being a head coach in the West?
This past weekend, how you have to bring your best each and every week. If you don't bring your best, you'll get beat. And so I think that to me, more than anything else, is the takeaway. You cannot play without the energy and the identity of your football team. There's just too many talented players. And if you're not ready to play and play at your best, you'll get beat. That's the SEC West.
And Brian Kelly takes his SEC West champions into Atlanta this week to take on the Georgia Bulldogs. That's our Dr. Pepper SEC preview of the SEC Championship game presented by the great folks at Dr. Pepper. Back to the Hugh Freeze announcement at Auburn. That's coming up at the top of the hour. We'll get to that in just a second, and you can react to that on our JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Tell us about our friends at Johnston RV Center helping you see America in 2023.
And they're doing it affordably right now. They always do that, but it's even more affordably than before because, hey, they got to get rid of these 22s. What about a Wildcat 302BH fifth wheel? $399 a month, 10% down and approved credit. That is a great deal if you want to upgrade your fifth wheel. JohnstonRVCenter.com or I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yesterday opened like what I like to call QB2 Day in the transfer portal. The official portal does not open up until December the 5th when you can officially go into the transfer portal. But yesterday, Luke Altmyer, Cade McNamara, Malik Hornsby, Paul Tyson, some familiar names, all saying they are hitting the portal. I don't know if there's a quarterback that will be a starter somewhere in Power 5 next year, but Altmyer, McNamara, Hornsby, and Tyson all hitting the portal according to their own announcements yesterday.
Well, according to reports, Neil McCready told us this, it came down to, kind of a last-second decision between Jackson Dart and Altmyer. McNamara led Michigan to a college football playoff last year. He's got a ton of experience. Paul Tyson, if I'm advising him, I'm saying probably go Group 5. This Power 5 thing hasn't worked out yet. And Hornsby's a guy that's still raw. He's a great athlete, but probably can find a landing spot.
Yeah. I none of them just jump out at me as a guy that could go change a program, obviously.
Right.
They weren't even starting at their programs, which is, as you said, done away while they're in the portal.
An Arkansas wide receiver, one-time Oklahoma receiver Jaden Hazelwood made his announcement. He's going to the NFL. So you'll get portal announcements and you will get NFL draft announcements all coming up over the next couple of weeks. The Broyles Award finalists were announced. I think it'll be Garrett Riley that wins this thing from TCU. But Alex Golich of Tennessee was a very hot candidate there for a while.
Yeah.
Todd Monken of Georgia. You can't disagree with anything he's ever done. And a couple of other Big Ten assistants there who, now that I've called them other Big Ten assistants, will probably win this thing.
Garrett Riley's the interesting one, though. Wins this. I mean, his stock has never been higher as some of these big-time, like Alabama, offensive coordinator coordinator jobs come open. You wonder if Garrett Riley seizes the moment and tries to get as big a coordinator job as he can.
That's right. And maybe even at some point pass on the smaller head coaching jobs to be a big coordinator and get a first big head coaching job like his brother down the road. All right, that's the first hour of the show. Hour 2 starts down in Auburn with the introduction of Hugh Freeze as the next coach of Auburn. Our show being brought to you today from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. We've got a ton of them up here. They keep us juiced and ready to go. When you need a little pick-me-up, Ghost Energy is there for you. I recommend the citrus flavor, but they come in a wide variety of flavors. Some that'll take you back to your childhood with some of the flavor of some great candies out there. Wherever you buy your energy drinks, remember the name Ghost.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Our on-campus drive-thru every week during football season is brought to you by the great folks at Hamburger Heaven. Great locations all over Birmingham. You know it by name. Just great food. Start with the burgers. Go there for the clubs. Go there for the breakfast, the milkshakes. Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah. Pete Flack and his staff do such an incredible job. Since 1982, our friends at Hamburger Heaven serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, including eggnog available right now, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily. For breakfast or lunch, 4 great locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. It is Hamburger Heaven.
Hugh Freeze named Auburn's head coach yesterday. His news conference here momentarily. Carnell Williams is going to stay on the coaching staff. That becomes his first official hire as the Auburn head coach. He takes over there. John Cohen, the athletic director who came from Mississippi State, was at Mississippi State when Hugh was at Ole Miss, and that rivalry over there, now teaming up together to get Auburn football back where Hugh says, quote, they belong. A couple of things, Forrester, that we saw while we wait on the press conference to begin down at Auburn, the news conference to begin down there. Gus Malzahn, longtime friend with Hugh Freeze, sends out the tweet last night. Happy for my friend Coach Hugh Freeze for getting the Auburn job. That's a special place. You're going to love it. And then he jokes, I've also got a couple of old sweater vests if you ever need them. Hugh Freeze replied to Gus, you're a dear friend. Thank you so much. I'll take your visors, but pass on the sweater vest. LOL. The two coaches there united. Gus calling it a special place. You'll enjoy your time there.
Is there a older white man joke than sweater vest and visors? It's hard to be older white man than that,
By the
right?
way, Gus, you probably won't be hearing directly from me on the social media anymore.
Sure, that's to be my last tweet to you. Yes.
And then Bruce Pearl, who is he's the coach that's got all the swagger down at Auburn. Looking forward to working with Hugh and Carnell and the amazing staff they will put together. Looking forward to welcoming Freeze's family. I hear they are awesome using the AU there. Happy for our players. We got us a ball coach, says Bruce Pearl.
There are some parallels between the two. Now, what Bruce Pearl was accused of doing and ultimately what cost him his job is nothing. It pales in comparison to what you saw with Hugh Freeze as we get ready to go down to Auburn. But there are some parallels on how loyal they'll be to that place, I think.
Let's listen in. John Cohen, the athletic director, announcing Hugh Freeze.
Not getting audio.
That's a problem, Rockstar.
Okay.
You know, as Rockstar works through getting the audio there, there are some parallels in that I think both guys will have a sense of loyalty. I think Bruce Pearl obviously has a great sense of loyalty to Auburn because, you know, this is a guy that was going to get hired someplace, but Auburn was the place that hired him, right? And then I think you'll see this with Hugh Freeze as well. The fact that, you know, he knows he was a guy that was at Liberty and I guess you could say stuck at Liberty. I mean, I hate to put it that way. He was making $5 million, but you're not coaching on the biggest stage. You're an independent. I don't even know if that game against New Mexico State that they got drilled in Saturday I could even watch without ESPN Plus. I mean, you know, it's just not the same as coaching. You're back in the big time now.
With what our football team has been through this season, we know they've been through a difficult time. But my goodness, the last 4 weeks, they have played very, very hard football, and we really recognize the effort that they've given. I want to recognize, I want to recognize Dr. Chris Roberts, who's been incredibly supportive throughout this process as well. And I want to get into the search just a little bit, and I'm going to get the star of the show up here very quickly, I promise. But because we wanted to do a thoughtful and thorough search, we spoke in person and electronically to industry experts, teachers, professional and college coaches, law enforcement officials, student athletes, parents of student athletes, and many others. We used a search firm and analytics firms, law firms. We spoke to many administrators at each institution that represented a part of all of our candidates' past. We were in search of opinion for sure, but more importantly, we were in search of the truth, and we found it. Hugh Freeze was at the top of our list from the beginning, and we never wavered from that. The combination of on-field success, student-athlete development, recruiting at a high level, along with Coach Freeze's personal inventory of his life, his transparency, and his family support were of the utmost importance to us in this process. In a short time, I've become highly influenced by the Auburn Creed, and I refer to it often. As the Auburn family knows, the Creed states that we believe in hard work. Hugh Freeze was raised on a dairy farm. He knows what hard work is. He also worked his way up from the high school level to the very highest level of college football, the Southeastern Conference. Coach Freeze was completely transparent with his past transgressions. He showed remorse and had an accountability plan that he's used for the last 5+ years. Everything he disclosed to us turned out to be accurate after speaking with credible industry sources. In this way, Coach Freeze was honest and truthful, another Auburn Creed characteristic. Coach Freeze presented to us a detailed written plan that he has for each of his student athletes and directly involves their future, a preparation for a career after football. In this manner, he displayed a belief in education, another mainstay of the Auburn Creed. Perhaps Coach Freeze's greatest accomplishment is his relationship with his wife, Jill, with whom he has been married for the last 30 years. Jill? Where's Jill? Yes, that's the rock star, Jill Freeze. We also want to recognize and really thankful that they were here today. Reagan and her husband Ryan, Jordan and her husband Mark, and Madison. Welcome to you all. And then with that, I would like to introduce to you Auburn's 31st head football coach, Coach Hugh Freeze.
Thank you very much. Man, what an honor. War Eagle. War Eagle. And good morning. And before I start my comments, I'd also like to just take a few minutes to, I'm so glad that the schedule for me at the end of the year married up with being able to witness your final few games here, because what I witnessed, I thought, was one of the most outstanding jobs of leadership that I've ever witnessed in college football. Being in this profession, I know how hard it is to finish seasons, even when you're doing well, even when you're bowl eligible, much less finishing a season playing with enthusiasm and passion and desire and excitement and having fun, like what I witnessed when I turned on the Auburn football games. And to me, it was a direct reflection of Cadillac and his leadership and how he led the staff. And those young men, I thought, was a brilliant job. And so it became very easy when I had my meetings with A.D. Cohen, John, and Rich, and the other guys. I'd already done my homework on people that we had in common, friends, and I knew my first priority was I have to have Cadillac along my side to help me drive the culture of Auburn football. And that meeting last night just solidified everything that I've heard and witnessed. And I went to bed feeling really, really good last night that Cadillac is going to be our associate head coach and running backs coach. And and I told him, look, you got to still do all those running up and down the sidelines because I can't do that. I need you to handle that part of it. And just thrilled that he's going to be with us and teach me so much. We're always constantly learning as leaders. And I look forward to what he's going to be able to impart to me on the knowledge of the Auburn family and just the feeling that you get here when you arrive, and he embodies it every single day, you can tell, and the passion he has for this place. And so thankful he's going to be with us. Thank you to the media for being here. Truthfully, you're part of this process, and you have to report everything you have to report. But, man, we covet you being around our program. We covet you hopefully singing our praises when we start getting this thing rolling. So thank you for being here. To Liberty, I hope that they can hear this message, but working at Liberty the last 4 years for Ian McCaw was one of the greatest joys of our college career. It came at the right time for our family. It was just a beautiful experience. I didn't know if we could win when we went there. Obviously, they were transitioning from FCS, but with all of the support there and the culture we set, we were able to win a lot of big games and go to 4 straight bowl games. And to the Liberty, to Jonathan Falwell, Pastor Jonathan, and President Prevost, and the Board of Trustees, and to Ian, and to our team and staff there, just I owe a great debt of gratitude. To the Board of Trustees here and President Roberts, and Athletic Director Mr. Cohen, Rich McGlynn, Lee Van Horn, all of you guys, getting to know you through this process. I'll say this about our new AD and my boss. This guy will measure it 100 times before he cuts it once now. He is as thorough as anyone I have ever met. And I think we are in great hands with his heart for this place, his toughness, his ability to seek wisdom. I think he's a home run hire, President Roberts, in my opinion, and he's got backbone and he's strong. And I love that he was a former coach also. But getting to know you guys was awesome, and thank you for getting to know Jill and I and our beautiful family. To my family, you are the rock stars. You are. And I'm not going to get emotional today. No, I'm not, because this is a great day. It's something we've fought like heck to get to, and I want to just say Jill is the most amazing woman that God ever created. And I have the most beautiful daughters and son-in-laws, even though I didn't like giving them away to them, and I told them that. I didn't like that, but they did all right. I like these guys. But the toughness and grit that my wife has, to be a coach's wife, number one, and then to go through some of the things we've gone through, and the toughness of my children, and the love that they have for their father is the most humbling thing that I've experienced. And man, what a strong family the Freeze Five are. That's their text strand, the Freeze Five. And this journey we've been on in the college game, how incredible has it been? And we all end up in a place together because Jordan and Mark actually live here. And now we get to all be together, and family is everything to me on this earth. And I'm just so grateful for each of you and all of your strengths and your beauty and your grace. So just honored that you are so strong with me. And in the words of Eric Church, we got another great view here that we get to dance to after wins. My parents, they're the hardest working people I've ever known. My dad's full of toughness. My mom's full of grace. And he was the kind that if you got in a pond and you had snakes all around you, and get in there and get it done. And I didn't have an option. Go get those cows. And that was that was every day of the year. And I learned hard work and toughness from him, and love and compassion from my mom. And they are here all the time. My uncle's here somewhere. He's the same back there. And he's the mayor up in a town in Tennessee. And he comes to all our games. And here's what I hear from him after every game. I tell you what I'd have done. That's what I get. So, dear friends, the Tuohys are here. They've never missed a press conference ever of any of my new jobs, and they're dear, dear friends. So I'm so blessed, and obviously we are a family of faith, and God's faithfulness is so incredibly good to us. And I don't know that I can put it in enough words of how gracious and good and faithful He has been to us. So I met with the team this morning. It was an incredible first meeting. I think that we're off to a good start. I look forward to getting with them individually, but I shared with them how we're going to turn this ship and get out of the wilderness here that we might be in a little bit. Every job I've ever taken over has had some type of struggles prior to our arrival, and we've been able to turn them fairly quick. And I look forward to that challenge here with this great staff that we're going to put together and these young men that are going to buy in. But they have to buy in to chasing a standard, and you have to set the standard, and we've got to develop that for everybody, find the leaders in the locker room that are going to adhere to that standard and lead us and be the voice in the locker room, the same voice they hear in the team room or they hear from Cadillac. We need the same voices in the locker room, and that's when you start getting something going that's going to be positive for change. But there's certain core values that I think we have to all believe in and buy into totally. And the first one is faith. And I don't mean faith in the spiritual sense like you believe, like I believe. I don't force that on anybody. It is who I am, and I'm far from perfect, but it's who I am. But faith in the essence of you have to believe in something bigger than yourself to be a great football team, or to be a great university, or to be a great family. It's really not about you. You can't run fast enough, or you're not strong enough to do it alone. So you have to have faith in someone bigger than yourself, the team, everyone around us, the staff, and we have to lay egos aside. That's the one thing I've just really respected about Cadillac in our conversations. I think both of us have been through enough where we just really, it's not about ego or pride. It's about, man, how do we get this done together? And hopefully everyone will follow that lead, and we need players to do the same. So faith. Attitude. Attitude is how we talk to ourselves. So the Auburn family here and the Auburn players, they've heard enough of what's not right and what's not going right and why we're not winning and what the issues might be and how we're going to select a new head coach and all of those things. They've heard all of those things, but it really doesn't matter what any of those say. It matters what we say to ourselves in that team room. That's what matters. Coach Pearl, I don't know if he's here, but Coach Pearl, the job he's done here, I'm going to be just like Bruce Pearl if I can, except for I'm not taking my shirt off because I don't look as good as he does. But this guy is teaching a master class into how to get people to buy into a culture. And I look forward to spending time with him. He's been an incredible encourager to me through this whole process. And I have no idea how involved he was or not, but I'm just telling you, everybody I would talk to around said, man, Bruce Pearl. And I'm like, hey, Bruce, what's up? You know, and man, he would never say anything other than just encourage, man, just encourage. And so I see why people are so attracted to him, and he wins, obviously. But man, attitude, I guarantee his team talks to themselves differently than whatever the media may say or whatever the outside world may say, the social media world may say about our team. It doesn't matter. It really matters about what we believe about us in the Auburn team room. Mental toughness, we must have it. It's the secret sauce. Very few people have it. It takes tremendous mental toughness to get up every morning, do the right thing with great passion and energy, go to class, go to training table, go to treatment, come to practice, watch film, go back to study hall, go to bed, get up the next day and do it again. It's work. It's work and it's hard. And guess what? Some of those days you get punched in the gut in life and in football. And you have to have the mental toughness to get up the next day and do it again, and do it again, and do it again. And man, I have fought this battle for the last 6 to 7 years of, man, every day. Mental toughness. Get up, do it again. Great passion, great energy. Do it the right way. You don't measure up every day. Neither will our players, neither will our coaches, neither does anyone. And you have to look at your life at the end of the day, and that brings me to our next core value, which is integrity. Integrity is not always getting it right, or none of us would have it. It's really when you don't get it right, what do you do? And you look at the end of the day of the film of your game, the film of your practice, the film of your life, the film of your decisions, and they don't lie. And you have to own that at the end of the day. And guess what? Sometimes there are consequences when you don't get it exactly right. We fumbled the ball 8 times. You're probably not going to win. There's a consequence to that. You made a really poor decision. There may be a consequence to that. And that's okay. It's not great, and there may be consequences. You must accept those consequences. Make the necessary changes, and get up the next day and play the next play. And that's the way we will approach our team, is owning every single day as an individual day. And the more of those days that we win, the more games we're going to win on Saturday. So we have to have a team that buys into having the integrity of a single day, and our decisions and our effort and our attitude, everything that can be judged. Love is the next core value. It's the ability to handle inconveniences that come with relationships. When you put a team together of 120 or 125, there are going to be a lot of different cultures, backgrounds, beliefs, issues. Some had father figures, some didn't. And for us to be able to come together as truly a team, we will have to handle the inconveniences that come with the relationships, and be tolerant and be great listeners and learn to get to know people and know their heart. And so love. And the last is why, which is you. We need you. We need the fans. We need the Auburn family. We need the staff. We need the players. We need everyone in this building that is involved in our program to buy into our core values, to drive this train, to get it where everyone wants to be. It is all of us that must pull together, the Auburn family. You would notice that those acronyms spells family, and I believe that is what Auburn is all about. So why Auburn for us? I'll tell you, I had great memories here. Won a game here, lost a couple. But I will say, from a visiting coach's perspective, it is one of the most difficult places to play that I have witnessed, and that is due to our great fans and our great student body and everyone involved. I turned on that Texas A&M game. I think we were at 3 wins for that game. I thought I was watching a game that would send you to the SEC championship. Now, I wasn't there. Bruce, there you are. So, Bruce, was it that feeling in the stadium? Because it appeared that way from watching it on TV, and I was just, oh my gosh, look at the passion of this place and these people. And I've had some great memories here, but probably the most memorable thing I've had here was not as a coach, but as a dad. My daughter Jordan went to school here. Jill was with Madison on a volleyball trip, and I had the task of moving her in. Jill said her goodbyes at the house, boo-hooing, and I'm making fun of Jill. It's really not that difficult. She's going off to a good place, good school with good friends. We knew her roommate. It's not that big of a deal. I drive over, I unload the truck, hang everything like a dad's supposed to do everything that Jordan asked me to do. Completed the project, start walking down the back stairwell of the dorm. She stops me in the middle of the stairwell and says, "Dad, can we just say goodbye right here?" I lost it. I literally could not talk to anyone for the next hour driving back. Jill was texting, and I said, "I just can't talk right now. I'm struggling." She said, I told you. And that's one of my great memories, but as I'm going back, I'm still thinking, man, that feeling that she had at Auburn, it was family to her. And it has remained that way, obviously, for them to come back here. So while Auburn, it's Pat Dye Field, it's Jordan Hare Stadium, it's the Tiger Walk, it's the Eagle Flight, it's Rolling Tumors Corners, the Kick Six, it's Bow Over the Top. It's tremendous sense of community, it's pride and passion and that people hold for Auburn. It's the Auburn creed, man. I believe in work, hard work, which it will take. I believe in the spirit of being unafraid. I don't fear much in life, and I don't think our team will either. I believe in the people. It's the Auburn family. This place is special, and there's no other place that I want to be. I believe in Auburn and love it. War Eagle.
You're watching the Hugh Freeze news conference here in the next round. Questions are coming up here momentarily.
Q&A session. Members of the media, if you'd raise your hand, we'll get to as many of you as we can. We'll pass microphones. Please identify your outlet as well as your name, and pass the mic on once you've asked your question. First one, front row, Jason.
Yeah, Jason Caldwell, Auburn 247. You've referenced Cadillac a bunch already. How valuable is having someone like that in this transition to help everybody involved in moving forward?
I think the words I used last night to him, I don't know if I had to plead and beg, I don't know, but I was planning to and went after it, and I think the words were just, you're invaluable. I need your wisdom. I need you to tell me about the players. I need you to tell me about the building. I need you to tell me who is really vital to us really getting this program back to SEC championships. And I think the word I would use is invaluable. I don't know that I can describe it any more than that.
Third row.
Brian Stoltz, Auburn Rivals. Back in 2018, I think, you told a reporter who I think kind of beats you on the golf course sometimes about rewriting your own story, rewriting your own ending. What's it like to feel that you had that chance now?
You know, Jill and I laid there last night when I got back to the place we're staying, and it's humbling. You want to be careful not to sound like I don't believe in deserving something. I believe in earning something, and I do believe we fought to earn this, and it's been rocky at times, but you can become overcome with emotion because of. Truthfully, I feel like, and this is no offense to another school or anything, but I feel like I've leapfrogged where I was at that time by being in this family and this culture here, and I loved my time there. But I see this as one of the top 10 football programs in the nation, and I believe that, and so. I don't want to get emotional. We had that cry last night, so we've celebrated that. And, you know, I don't know if rewriting the story is exactly the right word, but it's going to make for a good ending. we're already, I couldn't win any more in life than look over there and look at my friends and my family. I can't win any bigger than that. So I'm the most competitive dude I know, but and I want to win in football games, but I've already won in life, and that matters a lot more.
Front row, far right.
Mark Murphy from Inside the Auburn Tigers and 24/7 Sports. You've done this before, transitions at Arkansas State, Ole Miss, and Liberty. What were the important things for you that made those things work well? And also, have you talked to Gus?
All right, 2 questions. Let's take the first one. Staff has to drive the culture. I'm not near as concerned about X's and O's with most of the staff. The defensive coordinator has got to be masterful at that. But the rest of the staff, obviously, if I were to show you the number of texts I've received of big-time college coaches wanting to come to this place, it's going to be very difficult to decide. But what will be the deciding factor is putting a staff together that I think complements each other and drives the culture consistently. There is none of this, well, that's a suggestion. No, it's not a suggestion. This is how we do it. And it's proven to turn programs and work everywhere we've been very, very fast. And so I think getting the culture, the buy-in from the staff to drive the culture is the biggest priority. Obviously, the first priority will always be our players. So I've got to jump in as soon as I can and try to handle both of these at the same time, and getting to know our players, watching tape, finding out where we need to plug into the roster and get in the portal or where our high school recruiting's at. And we're short on time. We've got to get going and get going fast. But those two, our players are the priority always. I have an open door policy for our players. They can come to my assistant and say, I'd love to see Coach, and I may be in the offensive film room. She knows, come get me. Because players have the priority, and my relationship with them is paramount to me. I want to win their heart, and I'm going to be dead truthful with them about where they are. They'll never have to wonder, but at the end of the day, I should be preparing them to create value for themselves for the time that they're with us, because football is going to end. And if we waste all of that time worrying about just the scoreboard and just how many touchdowns he threw or ran, and not creating value for them for life after football, boy, we've missed the boat. And so I've got to have a staff that drives that, because our players are the priority. Last question, Gus. Yes, Gus is a dear friend. He and Christy have been faithful to Jill and I for years, in particular the last 6 or 7. And I think he's one of a great human being, a dear friend, loyal, strong. Just think so much of Gus and Christy.
We're going to stay on the front row in the middle.
Ryan Hennessy, NBC 13, WVTM in Birmingham. You look at the building you're in right now, brand new facility. I can see the smile on your face. One of the best, if not the best, in the country for college football. The game day atmosphere is second to none. How far away is this program from getting back to that national championship form that the 2010 time was?
And I wish I could say. I haven't had a chance to even evaluate our roster yet. I don't think, Cadillac could probably help me with this answer, but I think we can turn it fairly fast with the new world we're in. Because I believe with the commitment that's been shown by our fans, boosters, and administration to invest in things like this that matter in recruiting, and they matter in the NIL Own to Victory Fund, and all of that matters today. And it didn't 10 years ago. You didn't have that, and so the turnaround's a little different. Kids couldn't just leave a school and come to Auburn. They can now. And so I do think we've got to be careful to get the right kids that fit our culture, but at the same time, it's much easier to add to your roster now than it was, when I took over at Ole Miss and they hadn't won an SEC game in 2 years. And obviously we're going to some New Year's Sixes in year 3 and 4. So I see no reason why with the current structure, we can't do this fairly fast.
Coach, we're going to go far back. No, excuse me. To the cameras. Thank you.
Jack Patterson, WRBL News 3. Coach, what lessons have you learned from your last stop at Liberty that you're going to be able to take with you here to this new endeavor here at Auburn?
Well, the culture is going to be the same that we've created. I know that it works and it wins, but, I had great 5 years at Ole Miss. They were great to me. My story's well documented. I let some people down, a lot of people down, and I'm very sorry for that at the end of that. But I've spent the last 6 years trying to earn the respect and trust of my family, teams, administrations, everyone that was around me. And, that's the lesson I probably learned, is just keep working to earn people's trust. And when they get to know you, man, a lot of that comes when they get to know you, if they just give you the chance to earn that trust. And I'm thankful for Liberty, obviously letting me earn that. And I think they would say, man, the guy he served us well, and I want to do the same at Auburn. I think probably the number one thing that the last 6 years, the last 4 years, is this idea of when your commitment to something is greater than your feelings, that's when you really get the results that you want. And there's a lot of times we operate out of our feelings as players or men or coaches or in general. And if we operated out of our true commitment, for me, it's to faith, family, and friends, and family being my Auburn family now. When we operate out of our commitment to those, usually at the end of the day, we really like our decisions.
Fourth row, Bill. Raise your hand, please. Thank you.
Yes, Bill Cameron, ESPN 1067. Coach, you were talking about staff. Any ideas on the staff now or timeline as to when you'd like to have them in place?
I've got a list of every position and a lot of great candidates. There's some here, there's some where I just came from, and they're all around the country. I'm constantly getting texts. My agent, who I have forgot to thank, Jimmy Sexton, he's not only been a great agent, but he has been a dear friend to me through a lot of tough times. And he's been strong and faithful, and I thank him. But he's got a whole list, too, that he presents to me this morning. So, I just hadn't had a chance yet. I was so hesitant during the process to respond to media or to respond to this guy that would text me, and I'm like, oh my God, that'd be a great hire. But I just was so guarded because I wasn't real sure exactly what John was thinking or Rich was thinking. I knew I was in it, but you really couldn't tell exactly where you were. You felt kind of good every time I talked to him, and loved visiting with him, and so I was just so guarded that I really haven't turned my attention to that yet, but it will happen quickly this afternoon, hopefully, when I wind up all of the events of this morning.
I'm going to go to the left here, third row. Joe.
Hugh, JosephGoodmanAL.com. 2 questions. One, there was a time when Greg Sankey wouldn't let anyone in the SEC hire you. I'm wondering why you think you deserve a second chance. And then second question, why are second chances so important?
I'm not sure that's accurate about Commissioner Sankey. I would have to. I've had a really good, honest relationship with him through all of it, and I think he's never done anything but shoot me dead straight and tell me what he thought was best, not only for the conference, but for me. And I appreciate a man that treats you like that, and thankful for all of his leadership. I think it was the right move for me. As far as second chances, man, I don't know anybody in this room that doesn't deserve a second chance. And truthfully, if everybody's life was documented as mine, it would probably be uncomfortable for a lot of people. And I don't know if deserve is the word, but I sure am thankful for grace and that I do get to keep fighting every day for another chance. Inaccurate about? Well, I've never been told that by Commissioner Sankey, so I'm not sure that's accurate. I believe I had a chance just to get into the league as an offensive coordinator, and I chose to go to Liberty as the head coach. So I'm pretty confident of that. And but I thought I did seek his advice, which I value. I just said I think everyone deserves a second chance, and I think we fought to earn people's trust back, and we'll continue to do that.
We're going to go to the middle. Michael, raise your hand, please. Thank you.
Michael Giddens with the War Report. Coach, you as an offensive head coach, I know you're going to hire an offensive coordinator, but do you have an idea if you plan to call plays this year? And also, second part, what is your strategy for utilizing the portal? Auburn is going to have some attrition at different positions.
Yeah. Question one, I've called the plays my whole career. I honestly, sitting here today, am contemplating if maybe in the new world of rebuilding the Auburn football team and the work that's going to take to capture the players and recruit, maybe I should get some help in that. And really what kind of spurred it on, truthfully, is some of the text I've gotten. And I've watched them, and I'm like, wow, they're really good at what they do. And probably better than me. And I think I'm pretty good at it, but I'm honest. And when I watch some of their games, I think I could really help them with their red zone, and they could really help us with everything else. And so I'm wide open right now and looking forward to having some of those discussions with these candidates. Your second question was the portal. I think year one, portal will be a big priority. And again, this is without me talking to recruiting yet to find out kind of where we are with the high school recruits. I do believe in building it with high school kids and filling in with portal. Can we do that in year one? I'm not sure yet, so I would anticipate it being heavier toward the portal.
We're going to go to the right, third row, John.
Morning, Coach.
Morning.
I'm sure you're aware there's been some backlash from fans on social media and everything about your hire based on the past. What would you say to them, and how can you win them over? You obviously won over the president and the athletic director.
You know, the same thing that I've kind of said is, please give me a chance to earn your trust. Give me some time, get to know us, get to know our family, get to know the truth of our story. And I think that the ones who have done that have said, man, you know what, I kind of like this guy and I kind of like his family. And, but that's all you can ask is, man, give us a chance to earn your trust, and I think you'll like the end result.
We're going to go to the second row. We're going to hit three in a row, starting with Tom.
TomGraynail.com. Hugh, there was a report yesterday that as part of taking this job, you've agreed to relinquish control of your social media accounts. Is that accurate? And
no, that's not accurate.
Okay.
I mean, how could you in this day and time?
Keep it.
I think there may be wisdom in it, though.
Justin Hookinson, Auburn Live on 3 Sports. We've heard a lot about the pros, about you as a coach. What are some things, I guess, that you think you need to work on, or things that you've learned over the last few years that you're still learning that you can sort of develop and you think you can bring into this job?
I'm really trying to be a better listener. I'm not great at that. I'm better now. The last 4 years, I've had to really make myself work at that. And I think that's what players really need today is, man, this head coach will listen to me and hear the whole story, and it helps me understand them more so that I can coach them better. And I think that's the number one thing that I'm continuing to try to develop in myself is to be a really good listener to our young men and their families, and so that after I complete my listening and understand them better and I shoot them straight, I think they accept it. We feel like we're in a relationship. It's not that dude, just stay eligible, stay out of trouble, and make that scoreboard work out for me so that we can get everything that all the Auburn family wants and they can sing our praises. That's all great. We want that. But I think we really win their heart when we are in relationship with them. And that's why I'm considering even backing off some in the offense just so that I don't miss that.
New bias.
New bias, WillbornL.com. Hugh, good to meet you today. Hope you're doing well.
Good to meet you. I can't find you.
I'm right here.
Okay. All right.
Pleasure. Yeah. I'd ask you how you're doing, but it seems like you're in a good mood. But from there, talk to me about Robbie Ashford and how he might compare to Malik Willis. That's a question a lot of people want to know.
So we've had great success with our Liberty transfer. our Auburn transfers at Liberty. Obviously, Malik Willis comes there and becomes a draft pick at quarterback, and we had Jay Hardy and Dre, D linemen that came from there, and they were incredibly good for us this year. And so when I watched Robbie's last game, I think I told John, all right, he's got me intrigued now. You know, I knew he could run around, and obviously that's a very positive, but I saw him make some throws in that game. There's one in particular in the right corner of the end zone that was a really, really, really difficult pass, and it was beautifully done. I do think I have a gift to help develop quarterbacks. I think if you look at everywhere we've been, we've had pretty good success with that. And I'm very anxious to get to work with not only him, he's a tremendous athlete, but I think there's other good players in that room too. But I was impressed with how I thought he improved.
Coach, Jake Stansel, WBRC in Birmingham. Of course, we know you've beaten Alabama while at Ole Miss. How much are you looking forward to matching up against Nick Saban in the Iron Bowl?
Well, you don't take this job if you're not built to want that. And I welcome that. I want it. I want to be in that arena. I want, I really, really, really enjoy that type of game. And I have a great respect for Nick, and he and Miss Terry have been really good friends to us too. But I hope they're a little nervous today.
Coach, we're going to take two more. Third row and then front row. Jeff.
Hi, Coach. I was wondering if, Kirk, is John available to answer a question? No?
He will not today.
Sure, that's
but if
okay.
you can identify your name and
No,
affiliation.
Jeff
Thank
Spiegel,
you.
ABC 3340 in Birmingham, Coach. Are you surprised at the backlash that has occurred from all this? And I know you've already addressed like how you're going to handle that, but how difficult of a process do you think that's going to be to win over the entire Auburn fan base?
Truthfully, I really don't know the magnitude of backlash because, believe it or not, I just hadn't been on any social media in the last 3 or 4 weeks. I have an account, but somebody else has been running it. But so I really don't know. And look, I've come to grips with everybody doesn't know me, everybody doesn't care to get to know me, and everybody has an opinion, and they're entitled to that. All I would ask is the ones I care about is the Auburn family and the players and the administration and my family. That's the ones that matter, and that's the ones I'm saying take the time to get to know us. And as with anyone, all of us have made a mistake before. And I think how we have handled it as a family and how I've handled it as owning it and moving forward and playing the next play and working to get better and learn from it, that's all I can do. And I'll continue to do that every single day. And what I did was what I did, but it's not who I am. I know that. They know that. And hopefully everyone else will get to know that. But I really can't spend my time worrying about whatever it is that's catching the attention of the backlash. So I just want to move forward and continue to do what I've done the last 6 years and put my hand to the plow and go to work and don't look back.
Front row.
Hi, Hugh. Rosie
Hi.
Vangelo, WSFA. I know you said that this first year is going to be heavy in the transfer portal, but how would you describe yourself as a recruiter, and when do you think you will start? There's a lot of local talent in the area.
Man, I can't wait. I'm begging Rich and those guys to let's finish up our schedule so I can go recruit. Our first day out can be this weekend, and I've got to figure out, but I haven't even talked to see where we are with the high school, but I know it's one of the better years in the local area, and we've got to go make some headway in a hurry. I think I'm really good in recruiting in the living room. I think I'm really good at casting our vision. I think I'm really good at building relationships with them and the significant people in their decision-making process. Auburn is easy to sell. Just come and see. That'll be our message. Come and see. Come and see. Come and get the feel. Come see. And if we get them here, I think it'll be tough to beat us.
Coach, thank you for your time. Just a real quick thing. We're going to do a photo op up here with John and Coach Freeze.
All right, that's the news conference down at Auburn, the Hugh Freeze introductory news conference, and he is now officially the 31st head coach by Auburn's count of the Auburn football program. A guy who's very impressive behind a microphone. There's no doubt about it. A guy who can deliver a sermon. I've seen him do it at Liberty before in front of a packed arena, and he handled every question like he'd been waiting 6 years to answer it in public.
Yeah, I mean, I think he obviously had the right answers. It was interesting to watch him go from the tearful hellos and thank yous and all the emotional stuff. And, buddy, he flipped the switch and went Baptist preacher in a hurry.
Went quickly into the coaching mode.
I mean,
Yeah.
he did. It was wild.
My man can talk right
Oh,
there.
he can talk. There's no doubt about it. I mean, and you can see a guy like that. You can see why he can recruit, why he does well in the living rooms. When he's talking like that, he could cast a vision, and that's what he was trying to do today, is cast a vision for Auburn football.
And when you have that $100 million facility and everything Auburn offers, he says it right there. Our recruiting pitch would be just come see.
Yeah.
Come see. And that's a pretty easy recruiting pitch.
I
You don't have
agree.
to, not a lot of bells and whistles when you just say, we're an open book, man. Come see. And if you come see, you'll fall in love with the place. And that's really the way a lot of Auburn people feel about that place. It's different, and come see. So that's what he said there. Now, not afraid to poke the guy across the state either in the news conference. He was asked about, going up against Nick Saban. His quote was, "You don't take this job if you're not built to want that, and I welcome that. I want it. I want to be in that arena. I really, really, really enjoy that type of game. I hope they're a little nervous today. He and Miss Terry have been great friends to us, but I hope they're a little nervous today."
Yeah, I mean, and Auburn, who was producing this, obviously had the graphic built showing that he is the only current SEC head coach to defeat Nick Saban 2 times. I mean, that's an Auburn graphic. That's Auburn people pointing that out. So I don't think there is any doubt that Hugh Freeze would not have been standing behind that microphone if he were 0-5 against Nick Saban. He was 2-3 in his time at Oxford, back-to-back wins. If he were 0-5, I don't think he'd be standing behind that microphone today. I think that was obviously a huge selling point to the Auburn people, that this guy went head-to-head with Nick Saban, beat him 2 consecutive times. And to my knowledge, we talked about this yesterday, I don't think there's any other coach that's done that.
I don't think there is. And we also talked about the fact that Ole Miss has never been to an SEC championship game. Really haven't been close outside of Hugh Freeze's 1 year where they had a 4th and 26 against Arkansas. One of the more amazing plays, Hunter Henry to Alex Collins over the head. And they end up losing that game on a 4th and 26.
Yeah, Mississippi on defense, if you haven't seen that play, 4th and 26, and they've got the tight end about to go out of bounds on the side, and he slings it backwards over his head. And as you guys pointed out yesterday, it goes to the only guy on the field who could pick it up and run 26 yards for a first down.
Yeah, I mean, there were 21 other guys on the field. If you say, who do you want this to go to? Everybody would have said, well, I'd like Alex Collins to get it. And that's who it went to.
And without that play,
Yeah.
Ole Miss goes on, plays for an SEC championship game where they're heavily favored over Florida. There's a good chance to get into a 14 playoff.
They do. You know what's wild about that season is everybody points at that Arkansas game as what kept them out of Atlanta, and ultimately it did. But really the game that kept them out of Atlanta that year was Week 5. They had beaten Alabama, if you'll remember, at Bryant-Denny Stadium in that wild late-night game on ESPN at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Wasn't it an 8:45 kick?
I think it was something crazy. It was supposed to be like an 8:15. It got pushed back by the game in front of it. Number 2, Alabama. Number 15, Ole Miss. Wild game, 43-37, Ole Miss wins. They jump from number 15 to number 3 in the country after that game. They beat Vanderbilt the next week in Oxford, 27-16. And then they go to Ben Hill Griffin Stadium and get their doors blown off on an ESPN night game by number 25 Florida.
You know what that is? That's the SEC, brother.
It's tough, but I mean, that was a 38-10. They didn't lose that game in overtime, Dunaway. They got beat by 28 points, and I think it was 35-3 at one point. I mean, it was never a game.
Yeah.
That ultimately is probably what kept them out of Atlanta as much or more than the Arkansas loss. How you go lose that game like that was very, very puzzling that year. That was a wild year for them. They also lost at Memphis that year.
One other note before we take our next break at the top of the hour, and we'll let you guys know, I think we'll be staying a little past 1 o'clock today, maybe a bonus hour on the show today. If you're watching us for the first time or have never subscribed, please subscribe to us if you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, wherever you're watching us. And if you've never done it before, now's a good time to hit the thumbs up button. And if you're in the chat room, as many of you are today, the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, a nice little thumbs up over there for us will help us as we continue to grow our endeavor here. The national media who was watching the news conference on platforms like ours are hanging on the fact that Jeff Spiegel of ABC 3340 was asked to ask a question of Auburn Athletic Director John Cohen and was told that he would not be available, as Nicole Auerbach of The Athletic is pointing out. So the reporter is told that the man who hired the coach wouldn't be answering questions today. Brandon Marcello, who's in our next segment with us. Hugh Freeze was not asked about the DMs that made news this summer. Auburn AD John Cohen was also not made available to answer questions from the local media today. We'll talk to Marcello about why that's a highlight point.
Well, and we've all known Jeff Spiegel. I don't know how long I've known Spiegel, for a very long time. And Jeff is a very straightforward, not afraid to ask the questions. That would be my guess of what he was going to ask of John Cohen. And Auburn obviously did not want John Cohen answering questions, though John Cohen has done this a very, very long time. That was a little surprising to me. Normally in these situations, the AD and the coach answer questions.
Well, you just got to be prepared. Hey, look,
Yeah.
we hired this guy.
Yep.
We know what's going to come with it. We've got to be prepared to answer these tough questions.
Top of the hour now. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Brandon Marcello is scheduled to join the show live with us on a very busy day for him, too. That's coming up next right here on The Next Round. Remember to like, subscribe, and hit that thumbs up button for us.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans, because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We will talk to Brandon Marcello, one of the top voices in college football, momentarily about what he just witnessed with Hugh Freeze being introduced as the Auburn head football coach down in the Plains. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Great locations all over town. New one in Montevallo and a very new one about to open as well. Another great location for Slice Pizza.
Yeah, hey, look, one of our absolute favorites. The new location, as you mentioned, Montevallo, but they've got the newest location that is coming in the next month or two, right there at a Crestline. It's the best local pizza that I've absolutely ever had. If you love the thin slice pizza, not only the pizza, the delicious salads, sides, desserts that you talked about. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. Wing on a Prayer is one of my absolute favorites. I know Brown loves the soul pie. You can get that Bajaya special. And don't forget about the takeout. $75 is that family pack. Curbside, 12 fire-baked wings, your choice of the blue cheese or ranch dressing, a half pan of the salad, the Caesar, House, Redmont, spinach, or wedge, and any two pizzas, only $75. Get it to go any of the three locations tonight: Vestavia, Lakeview, Montevallo, and coming soon, Crestline.
Okay, coaching carousel news. Hugh Freeze just introduced Pete Thamel with the details of his contract, $6.5 million a year for 6 years. That makes him eighth on the coaching ranks inside the Southeastern Conference. So 7 coaches currently making more than Auburn's new head coach there. John Cohen, the AD, said Hugh Freeze was always at the top of our list and never wavered from that. I'll ask that to Brandon Marcello in just a second. But when you guys heard that, what was your initial reaction to that?
My initial reaction is what every AD says at every – I mean, an AD's not going to stand up and say, you know, we tried to get Lane Kiffin. Thank God Hugh Freeze is willing to take this job. He was our plan B. You're just not going to hear an AD say that.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to be surprised if he thought they were, one and the same as far as coaching ability. but Lane brought a lot less baggage, at least publicly. So he is going to say that, but I think we're all not naive enough to think that he didn't go after Lane Kiffin
And
first.
I quickly want to say, before Brandon joins us too, John Talty of AL.com is doubling down on the story he and Matt Zenitz, when Matt was with AL.com, wrote that said it was Greg Sankey who strongly discouraged Alabama from hiring Hugh Freeze. Now, Hugh Freeze said he was completely unaware that Sankey had ever blackballed him, basically. AL.com and John Talty saying we reported that and we stand by that reporting.
Bo Wallace, who played and is now coaching, but he played for Hugh Freeze, will join us in 1 hour. But right now, Brandon Marcello is standing by, one of the top voices in college football, who is always kind with his time on a busy morning. Brandon, welcome into the show, man. How are you doing today? You may be on mute, Brandon. I just clear that up.
You're good.
I hate the people who are always muted on Zoom, and I'm that person.
Welcome in.
It is quite all right. Glad to have you here. Hugh Freeze is introduced at Auburn. The guy can coach football. He can also control a news conference and a microphone. The guy's pretty good behind a microphone, isn't he?
Yeah, he's fantastic behind a microphone, and everything he said today was came across, very well. But I think this is a situation where, if you're an Auburn fan, you hear all that, you're going, this is all fair and good, and this sounds good, but you are going to have to prove it to me. You over this next calendar year, show me that you've changed and show me that you're a different type of person in addition to a different type of coach. And so I think fans should at the very least, probably at least have an open mind to, okay, you say you're this, but you do have to show me. Talking's not enough anymore.
Brandon, I would be shocked if we have a Hugh Freeze a meltdown, so to speak, and he reverts and goes back to the things that people talked about in the past. I personally think he's a really good coach. I mean, if you're just giving this a hire on the surface away from the baggage, just ability to coach, ability to rebuild a program, what would be your grade?
I'd give it like an 8 out of 10 right now. I think Lane Kiffin would have been a 9. And I think Deion Sanders would have been a 10, personally, because I think he would have made a gigantic impact, like a giant asteroid hitting the planet, because he would have come in and just absolutely owned recruiting and changed everything there, and not just sparked the imaginations and the fan base there, and then also started raising a lot more money for the collective. But you would have seen an immediate turnaround in the transfer portal for them. They'd be grabbing everything that he could, just like USC and Ole Miss were doing last year. Having said that, that's not to, downplay this hire of Hugh Freeze. I think this is about as good as Auburn could hope for. And I just mentioned those 3 options. 2 of those 3 were guys they went after. They went after Lane Kiffin, and Lane Kiffin told them no. So this is a good hire at face value. But again, I do think he needs to prove himself in a lot of ways as a person, but also as a coach. Let's not forget, yes, he was very successful at Ole Miss, did things there that they hadn't done in quite a while, winning 10 games, beating Alabama in back-to-back years. But here's the other thing, guys. That was 7 years ago he beat Alabama. Things have changed in college football in 7 years. College football has changed dramatically in 2 years with the transfer portal, the way rosters are built, the way offenses are called. Rules have changed just as far as substitutions, and things that helped Hugh Freeze's offense. There's a lot of things that have changed since the last time we saw Hugh Freeze coaching big-time college football at Ole Miss. And he was very successful at Liberty, and I know that. But he did not face the week-to-week grind of an SEC schedule, and he has not done that in 6-7 years. So he's got to prove himself again and again. He's got to wake up every morning and prove himself to himself, but also to the fans there at Auburn. I think he knows that, and from talking to people around him for the last month while this has all been going on, they say they understand that, but now it's a matter of you got to show it.
Brandon Marcello is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. At BMarcello on Twitter is where you find him. Go check out all of his videos, all of his writing at 24/7 Sports. Follow him on social media, TikTok, everywhere. I see Brandon on TikTok. Yes, I am on TikTok. As a 46-year-old man, that is kind of weird. Brandon, he said he is not going to, or at least he's going to consider not calling his own plays for the first time in his career, which is interesting. because that play calling is what has gotten him to the point where he gets the job. Did you find it as interesting as I did that you've done this your whole career? It gets you 2 SEC head coaching jobs, and then you get the second one and say, yeah, I think I may give that up.
Maybe he's just trying to show himself to be open to anybody who has any feedback until he says, yeah, I'm calling the plays. This is my offense. Maybe he's taking a page out of the Gus Malzahn book, knowing that how the boosters can be there and trying to rip control out of your hands. Because certainly Hugh and Gus have been talking. No, I found that interesting that he even said that there's a lot of people who probably call better plays than me. And yeah, he's being humble there, but or at least trying to show he's being humble there, but he's going to call plays. And I am interested to see, though, who he hires on his staff. I think everybody is. But unless you go and get a Garrett Riley at TCU or something like that, I don't think he's going to give up play calling. And in fact, his offense is so different from others that he's been around in the SEC and, for that matter, in college football. I don't see how he could give up play calling.
You touched on something there, which I think actually is an advantage for Hugh Freeze. He's had the opportunity to talk to his good friend Gus Malzahn, who spent what probably feels like a lifetime for him there at Auburn. And I would imagine if I'm Hugh Freeze, Brandon, I don't know about you, the first thing I asked Gus would be, who can I trust? Where are the landmines? That would be the first thing I would ask. What would you ask if you were Hugh Freeze to Gus Malzahn?
Oh, that would be the first. Who do I watch out for? Who's a backstabber here? Who's two-faced? Who can I trust among these boosters? But also, knowing Hugh Freeze, I think he's going to be giving the benefit of the doubt to a lot of people at face value, and he's going to let them show what kind of person they are. I made this point yesterday that Auburn just hired, if they went into a laboratory and made a coach, they just got the coach that is a combination of Tommy Tuberville and Gus Malzahn. You've got the Tuberville kind of politicking and talking all the time to every member of the media, telling them what they want to hear and telling the boosters what they want to hear, opening up practice for some fans and boosters and showing all that, going out to the local restaurant once a week in the morning to have breakfast and welcome fans to come sit down with you and talk to you. And then you got the Gus Malzahn kind of like CEO business approach behind the scenes, obviously an offensive mastermind and one who really has this belief of instilling faith and really using that as the foundation of building a program. He's the combination of those two. I think that as long as again, I think we're here in this calendar year, it's going to be a matter of Auburn fans going, all right, prove yourself to us. Because the backlash, if people aren't necessarily having a backlash against this, they're at least like going, I still don't know about this guy. He's going to have to prove himself. And by doing that, he's going to, act the way he does. But people are going to start picking up on those little notes here and there of that. This guy seems like Tommy Tuberville. Oh, he seems like Gus. And it's going to bring up some, you hit that little nostalgia bone a little bit that tends to, get people to get in your corner.
Brandon, we all know that no Auburn coach has ever made it out alive, so to speak. I mean, they've all been fired. His contract 6 years right now. If I put the over-under tenure for Hugh Freeze down on the Plains at 6.5 years, you go over or under? That'd get him to 60 years old, too.
I don't know. I hate saying that. Like, I just don't know. I'd say over. This is the thing. Whoever was going to be hired, you're in a weird spot because Nick Saban hasn't retired yet. We don't know when Nick Saban's going to retire. That's always, I hate bringing that up, but that's very much affects the type of job that an Auburn coach inherits. So does Hugh Freeze go in there, and within his first 4 years, does he beat Alabama once? Does he beat him twice? And then Nick Saban retires after 4 or 5 years and doesn't see the end of his contract? Then, yeah, Hugh Freeze is there more than 6 years. Does Hugh Freeze go 0-3 against Alabama to start his career? He's not going to make it to 6 years. And that's difficult because right now that roster is a mess. And the other thing is, like, I was being asked this yesterday, like, look at the schedule right now and tell me how many wins Auburn has. And it's like, that is a fool's errand. There's no point in doing that really for any team because that roster is going to look completely different. It's going to be like an expansion league roster. You know, there's going to be starters there. They're obviously not there right now, but players who are not even in the portal right now that they're going to have on that team. So there is no telling what Auburn will be capable of this year, but he's got to beat Alabama, I think, in those first 3 years to feel good about seeing the end of that contract in 6 years. And here's the other thing, as we know, we look at this contract now and go, oh, it's 6 years right now and $6.5 million. That puts him like at 8th or 9th in the SEC. Yeah, that changes quickly if he wins 8 or 9 games next year. All of a sudden, he'll probably have like an $8 million or $9 million contract.
All right, he is Brandon Marcello. You can follow him on Twitter at @BMarcello, all over social media, Instagram, TikTok, all of that, and read his stuff at 24/7 Sports. We thank you for the time, Brandon. Know it's a busy day. Appreciate you making some time for us.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, buddy. Take care. Brandon with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And being brought to you in part today by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. If it's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, Lance, Hemp Hill, Adam and Chad are the folks to keep an eye on.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've all had disaster strike at the house, and the call we all make here on the next round is to our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, team at Hemp Hill, the one I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
I will say, though, when your non-conference is UMass, at Cal, Samford, and New Mexico State at home, I feel pretty good about you getting 4 wins there.
Yeah, I don't know what the roster is going to look like, but
yeah.
The schedule I look at, there's a chance they're favored in 7 games. Now, that means nothing, but I'm just saying.
As always, their conference schedule is brutal. But
Right.
but the non-conference is a very manageable, even if the roster sucks.
That's right. This team this year likely 4-0 against that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's no doubt.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's one thing, what's Auburn's roster going to look like? What's A&M going to look like next year?
well, that's who they get in week 4, by the way, in College Station.
Why bring it up?
Yeah. So 4-0 out of conference, and then you factor in the typical West. Who's their crossover games? Georgia
at
obviously
home.
won.
And Vanderbilt.
You do get Vanderbilt to Nashville, so that helps a little bit.
Yeah, so Georgia and Vanderbilt, and as all by Auburn standards, that's about as easy. It is the easiest you're out of conference crossover division game can be, and it's a year when Georgia and Alabama's at home.
Yeah.
So it could not be a better first year schedule for Hugh Freeze. Easily 10-2. I'm kidding.
And
easily a bowl game.
Mississippi schools in Jordan-Hare. I'll say this, you and I had a stake wager on our extra coverage yesterday, and I took Hugh Freeze to win 9+ games in 2 separate seasons at Auburn.
That's right. That was I gave that back to you because of the Lane Kiffin one that I think I'm going to win at some point. Maybe a bowl game here. Hoping those cancel each other out. I think I can get Lane to 9 again, hopefully. When I made that bet in my head, I'd already won that one. I forget he still has got to win one more game. Hoping for a bad bowl opponent. Hopefully they get Iowa in a bowl game somewhere or something to where they can get just enough points to win it. So it's interesting. Hugh Freeze is there and a lot going on, but he has hired Carnell Williams, and he said a lot of great things about Cadillac in the news conference today. When we continue on in our show later on, Bo Wallace will be with us, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Bo at 12 noon today, Central Time. He will be with us. It'll be just interesting to see what it's like playing for Hugh Freeze, because as a guy who delivers a good sermon or a guy who handles a good news conference and apparently calls plays really well, he's a pretty good offensive quarterback guru, if you will, a label Jimbo Fisher has gotten before, but whoever he touches at quarterback he's ended up being a really good quarterback for him.
I can't remember a bad quarterback play under Hugh Freeze.
Well, I was about to pull it up, Lance. What under him? Give me the full time he was at Ole Miss. What was his first year? Was it 13?
I think it was 13. Yeah.
13?
So I know we've had Bo Wallace. We've had Chad Kelly.
13, Bo Wallace was 3rd in the league in passing. This is yards per game. 14, Bo Wallace was 4th in the league in passing. 15, Chad Kelly led the league in passing. 16, Chad Kelly led the league in passing.
Now, there you go.
I mean, it was top 4 led the league. I mean, that's really good.
I mean, if you were to tell an Auburn fan in the next 5 years, you know your quarterback's going to be in the top 5 of the SEC. in passing yards. They would take that.
That's the resume there. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. Brownie will tell you about Alabama Power, and then we'll continue on with some other stuff going on in college football and then circle back to the Hugh Freeze announcement today. It's a big day for Auburn, but it's also a big day going on in college football. More on that in just a second.
By the way, I don't know the last Auburn quarterback to lead the league in passing. You'd have to dig deep to find that one. It was not Cam. He did not. I don't know who it was. Alabama Power, Dunaway, wants to remind you some of the easy ways to pay that you're very accustomed to. Work with Alabama Power as well. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. Easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started.
The developing news I wanted to tell you about, in a sense, for college football is something that would really speed up the expansion if the Rose Bowl and the College Football Board of Managers could come together on something. The Board of Managers, according to Ross Dellinger, met yesterday with the Rose Bowl to discuss guarantees that the Rose Bowl have requested about their game, always being in a solo window, always at 4 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Pacific on New Year's Day, or on January 2nd if it's on a Sunday. And they also want to host the semifinals 2 out of every 3 years. And Ross is reporting that the board of directors, the people that manage the college football playoff, are not likely to give them what they're asking.
Yeah, I mean, why would you? Why would you say, sure, you got to have the semis 2 out of 3 years? I mean, you got multiple partners.
So we're coming to, and they're giving them Wednesday. Wednesday is the deadline. So we're coming to a point where we're about to have the shootout to OK Corral. They're not blinking. The college football managers are about to tell the Rose Bowl, either you bend and come with us, or we're going to do this without you.
I think they should. I mean, this whole Rose Bowl attitude is getting so ridiculous. I love the game. I love the standalone. I love when it's played. Love the venue. But this, Masters attitude is too much.
It really is. And if I'm the college football playoff and the Rose Bowl makes those demands, all I got to do is say, how do you guys like your game when USC and UCLA are in the Big Ten?
That's right.
Yeah. How are you going to like it when the Big Ten champions playing
Oregon State,
Stanford, Cal, Oregon State, Arizona State? I mean, you guys tell me how you're going to like your game.
Yeah. This is something I do not know the answer to, but it just dawned on me. The reason we love the Rose Bowl is the venue itself and the sunsetting on the San Gabriel Mountains and the history of the facility and all that. Is the Rose Bowl owned by the city of Pasadena, or is it owned by the Rose Bowl people?
I don't know. It was illuminating to me when Klatt told us a couple of weeks ago that actually the decisions are not made by football people. They're made by the parade people,
That's
basically.
Right. The people who put the roses
parade,
on the trucks.
Yeah, not who run the game. That's who makes all the decisions. So that was illuminating to me.
And basically it's handed down year to year to the next Ethel or Doris in line to run the committee. And they're the people that are sitting at the table. I would like to know if Lunsford can search in the commercial break who actually owns the Rose Bowl facility, the stadium.
The actual stadium.
The actual stadium. Because I don't need it to be called the Rose Bowl. If we just played in that damn stadium, then I'm good with that.
I think the city of Pasadena owns it.
I just want the venue. Well, if the city of Pasadena owns it, they got a price.
Owner, City of Pasadena, operator, Rose Bowl Operating Company.
Yeah.
So sounds like there's your problem right there, is the
sounds
contracted operator.
Sounds like Doris and Ethel.
Yes, that sounds like your problem.
Are running that. The parade people are running that too. All right, that's the developing news there with the playoff expansion. When we come back, trash today with LT. We'll recap your headlines for you. And still to come, Bo Wallace and much more discussion on college football. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Alabama Power. Brownie, did you do
Just did that, Jimmy
Okay,
D.
I wanted to make sure we did that.
Yeah.
I knew I teased ahead to it.
You did.
We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Thanks to Mark and Richie and others. Pat Sullivan, according to their research, the last Auburn quarterback to lead the SEC in passing.
That can't be.
1971, both of them are saying, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
That's impossible.
That is incredible, really.
I mean, that means nobody up here was alive.
Yeah. Well, almost nobody up here was alive.
I listened to that game on the radio.
No, that's, I mean.
No, it's incredible. Yeah. It really is.
Over 50 years ago?
I do appreciate that I cover my age that well for you. That you do not realize I'm 77. We will get to trash in a second. Champy's world famous fried chicken bringing you this hour of the show as we react to everything going on around the Hugh Freeze announcement. Remember, if you're looking for a good lunch or a good dinner, great place to sit down, have a drink, or have a great plate of food to discuss what's going on in college football in the SEC, you can do it at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great deep-fried southern chicken plates, the Mississippi Delta recipe, tamales, and a lot more. Sterling and his crew, second to none. It is champyschicken.com. One more note on the Rose Bowl. Again, this is going on at the same time we're introducing a new Auburn coach, or it would be the top story in college athletics. College football playoff official, which is made up, by the way, of the commissioners and Notre Dame. Just human nature, when talking about the Rose Bowl and the future of the playoffs, there's going to be a real discussion that's got to be had about the future of the Rose Bowl if they weren't willing to work with us, and it does not have to be unanimous. So to make that point more relevant for you, even if the Pac-12 and the Big Ten, who have each one vote on that panel, is holding on to some historic and passionate reverence to the Rose Bowl, it doesn't have to be a unanimous selection there that the other conferences and Notre Dame could vote to do this playoff without the Rose Bowl in the future.
So just majority wins.
Yeah, that according to Ross Dellinger.
They got problems then.
And a college football playoff official. They got problems. 100%. All right, more on the Auburn hire today and all of your reaction coming up. But as we do every day at this time, we break away from anything going on in the sports world to talk about the crazy crap that's going on in trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
Well, shit. What are y'all doing? This is awful. It's still March. How many days in March?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Brandy Farr?
Leslie Jordan. Well, shit.
Hey, when you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you want to buy, if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available and build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly and take advantage of the increased home inventory. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. You guys ever been on a cruise?
I have.
I've never been on a cruise.
2.
Penelope.
I've been on, have you?
Yeah.
I've been on 2, lucky dog. I've been on 2, and I don't have a desire to go back on a third.
Your better life would have been Tom, actually.
Well, Tom was the easy one.
Yeah.
Too easy.
I didn't hate them, but didn't love them. I've not yearned to go back. I like going to a location and staying at one location.
But I'm sure you did this. You know, the sun setting, you're at sea, you're looking over and thinking, if I fell, there's no return.
I had my kids with me, so we went up to the very tip top of the ship, and I leaned over the edge and said,
I knew it.
I did not. But we went up to take sunset pictures. But I was nervous about the kids or me or Maggie, less about Maggie, but more the kids and me standing close to the edge.
Jane, take this picture.
Remember, back.
Yeah.
Hey, so
gotta get the whole ship in it.
If Maggie falls over, do you just throw something to her, or do you jump over?
I can't swim very well,
Yeah.
so I would try to get somebody to jump over who could actually save her.
Yeah.
But yes, we would try to, in front of the kids, try to save her. Yes.
You actually
try to save her in front of the kids.
Kids,
I
time
tried.
I'm totally
Kids, time to go to the buffet. They'll handle it. A man who went overboard on a Carnival cruise ship this week has been rescued after being found in the Gulf of Mexico 21 hours after last being seen.
Wow, good for him.
Honest to goodness, I can't tread water for 5 minutes in your pool.
Just imagine the scariness. That's one of my fears, is being in the ocean alone in the middle of the night where it's pitch black on all sides and you're just surrounded and you're just waiting in the water.
And you guys just, there could be sharks around you, it could be nothing around you. You have no idea. You don't know where the land is.
Yeah, more than likely there are sharks around you, though.
Yep.
The 28-year-old man who has not been identified was a pastor on the Carnival Valor, which set out from New Orleans towards Cozumel on Wednesday. Now, the man had been drinking at a bar with his sister, but disappeared around 11 p.m. after saying he was going to use the bathroom.
That sounds like the one I was on.
His sister reported him missing the next day after a search of the ship was unsuccessful. The ship reversed course, contacted the Coast Guard to tell a man was missing. That evening, a passing merchant ship spotted the man in water about 20 miles south of Southwest Pass, Louisiana, alerted the Coast Guard, according to a news release. Coast Guard air crew rescued him at 8:25 p.m. He is now in the hospital in stable condition.
Good for him.
Yeah,
that's a good win.
Hours.
Like every now and then, just to mix it up, I'll tread water. And like when I say tread water for like 30 or 45 minutes.
Really? Do you think
you could do it for 30 or 45 minutes?
Oh, I do it for a couple of hours. I mean, you probably could do it for 15, 20, 21 hours if you had to, if your life depended on it.
I don't think I could.
I think if your life depended on it, you'd find a way. Do you think he stepped out to urinate over the edge there and fell in? Do you think that's what happened?
That's what Richard D is saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, or he
just got lost, walked through a dark hallway.
Well, you just stumble.
Who knows?
Could
Yeah,
have.
you stumbled.
I got to say, if he wanted to kill himself, he wouldn't have survived.
I would just say,
like I'm not going to name names, but I have escorted a guy in Atlanta back to his hotel in the SEC media days, and at the hotel I escorted him back to, we got off the elevator, and it's one of those that opened up inside to the lobby, and it's got the wall is only about this high. And this guy hit the main wall and then was going back and forth as he was staggering to his room. And every time we would go this way, I was like afraid he was going to flip over. So you could flip off of a boat easily if you were staggering.
yeah, I guess you could. But I know the guy you're talking about. He probably would have landed on his feet.
Yeah.
Well, 30 floors down, he would have.
He is a lucky SOB.
Yes.
Yes.
We got a Florida woman suing the parent company of Velveeta's microwavable shells and cheese cups.
Well, I use these all the time.
Claiming that she would not have bought the product had she known it would take longer to prepare than the 3.5 minutes stated on the label. It only takes me 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, I only do 3. I actually knock half a minute off.
Amanda Ramirez filed the class action lawsuit in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida's Miami Division. Ramirez is the lead plaintiff in the lawsuit against Kraft Heinz Food Company.
I hate to tell her she's going to lose because it actually says somewhere in that box that every microwave heats at a different rate, and you have to adjust the time.
It's just so stupid. Now, the lawsuit seeking damages of more than $5 million. She deserves that, including statutory and punitive damages plus interest and cost of that $4 box of Velveeta.
I don't think I'd give her $5 million if you opened it up and there was nothing on the inside but a rat.
What if it exploded out on her face and burned her skin?
Yeah, then
she's got a fighting chance.
You got a chance at that one?
Now, she accuses the company of violating state and federal laws against deceptive and unfair trade practices, fraud, false and misleading advertising, breach of express warranty, a bunch of other shit, too. I mean, ridiculous. At the issue is the amount of time it takes to prepare the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
According to the lawsuit statement on the bottom of the left-hand corner of the box that you see there, says ready in 3.5 minutes. They say it's false, misleading because the product takes longer. According to Ramirez, the directions on the back of the package detail 4 steps in preparing the mac and cheese. Lawsuit says that one of the steps, microwaving the food, takes 3.5 minutes. So she's saying because it's got other steps, but it's ready in 3.5 minutes once it hits the microwave.
I tell you, they need to call me as a witness because I guarantee you I've done enough of those I can have it ready in 3.5 minutes.
Would you be an expert witness?
I would be. From the moment it leaves the pantry, I've made enough for my 8-year-old. From the moment it leaves the pantry to the moment I got it in her plastic bowl, I guarantee you it's 3.5 minutes.
So she's saying 3.5 minutes in the microwave, but she's saying
the
it's
whole
just,
process.
Yeah,
that,
the process.
removing the lid and adding water.
Yeah, like
semantics.
Oh, we should reverse sue people like this.
Yeah.
This would
Reverse
clean up.
sue.
This would clean up our freaking justice system right here. We turn this back around. We're like, how dumb are you? You owe us $5 million. Court adjourned.
I would agree.
Welcome to my America.
Court adjourned.
My America.
Jeez.
Rocky, does this sound familiar? Man arrested after family Monopoly game turns violent.
Yeah, it happened. He just
No.
He's done with it, too.
Hey,
Look at I am
that
done.
guy right there, I promise you, he was the thimble.
The Tulsa Police Department arrested a man Saturday night after they say a family game of Monopoly turned violent. Officers were called to a shots fired.
Oh, my.
Just before 6:30 p.m., the caller identified the suspect as John Armstrong, saying he chased her down and fired a shot at her and her father. When police arrived, they immediately took Armstrong into custody. Investigators learned that the family had been drinking alcohol.
Really?
Playing Monopoly when a fight broke out between Armstrong and his stepfather after knocking over the game board and turning over furniture. They were told to take the fight outside. Armstrong then pulled a gun after getting cut in the head, chased his stepfather.
Was it a tiny silver gun?
And stepsister down the street pointing the gun at them. He told police he fired only one shot at the ground. Officers did not find the gun, saying they believe Armstrong hid it in the house before surrendering.
Well, you know what's happening, right? he is not going to get to collect $200.
It went straight to jail.
Not a get out of jail free card.
Right.
Hey, but seriously, Monopoly is one of those games that people play it different ways. And if you're new to the family like he may have been, they may play it a different way. And you got people that don't take it serious and they start skimming it off the top of the bank and all this, or not making somebody pay for the hotels. It's not a fun game if you're not playing by the rules that are written on that Velveeta label there.
What do you have special rules?
Well, there's different rules. You can speed it up, or you can't do
well,
this
the one
or
way to
that.
speed it up is you just have to buy every property you land on. That's one way. I don't know why people don't do that anyway. You want all the property
they
you can get.
probably changed the rules. Lunsford told me a couple of weeks ago, I used to be really, really good at Uno. And one of the secrets was building up your draw fours.
Right.
And then
Can't
you
do
drop
those
those
back-to-back.
Steelers. And now they've made a rule you can't drop them back to back. What is it?
Wow,
Because it's
draw
upsetting
four?
our society?
Yeah.
Well, I always thought that was cheap.
Why is that cheap?
Yeah,
You're the
it's
one
like-
that you collect them. You can drop them when you want.
Yeah, it's
Strategic.
like very crackback.
Lance, have you played Monopoly since they changed
The cards?
No, Virginia Avenue. It's named after
Monopoly.
Yeah,
Excuse
Monopoly. No, Virginia Avenue is named after a female, and they had to change it because they thought it was insensitive.
You're kidding.
I am kidding.
Okay.
Figured I'd get you to bite on that one, though.
Now, in the animated classic Bambi, were you guys always upset that Bambi's mom gets blown away early?
Didn't really care, to
Well,
be
no, I
honest
thought
with
it set the tone for the whole movie.
Just like the way he described it, his mom got blown away.
Or whatever. Dunaway said it set the tone for the whole movie.
I mean, it's a big part of it.
Dunaway, it's not Pulp Fiction. It's Bambi.
It's a big story,
Well,
right?
we're about to go Pulp Fiction.
Well, I'm just saying, if we shoot the mom, you don't know what's going to. Any character's up for grabs.
Hey.
That Bambi may not survive.
We've got the Bambi version of Man on Fire.
Oh, no. Bambi fires back. Hey, was the skunk the one that talked like this, Bambi?
Tony Gwynn? What are you talking about?
The skunk and Bambi did.
I can't remember.
The skunk talk
I
like
just
Tony
remember
Gwynn.
Thumper is a happy kid.
That's
man.
what, knock on wood, that's one of those creatures I've never come across in the wild as a skunk.
Tony Gwynn. You'll smell it every now and then,
Oh,
though, driving
yeah.
down the interstate. Like, it'll hit you.
One that's been hit.
Yeah.
Okay, so hunters beware. There's a new great prince of the forest, and he's on a murderous rampage. For the past 80 years, Bambi and his woodland pals, Thumper and Flower, have maintained that sweet, wholesome image thanks to the 1942 Disney film. Now the once adorable deer is set to show off his dark side in the upcoming horror movie Bambi: The Reckoning. Entertainment Weekly has confirmed this. The horror site Dread Central first reported the news. According to director Scott Jeffrey, quote, the film will be incredibly dark retelling of the 1928 story we all know and love. Finding inspiration from the design used in Netflix's The Ritual, Bambi will be a vicious killing machine that lurks in the wilderness. Prepare for Bambi on rabies, they say. While no further plot details were revealed, we all know that Bambi and audiences were left deeply traumatized after his mother was slain by a hunter in the animated Disney feature.
Blown away.
Well, they shouldn't be able to call this Bambi. It should be Bambo or something like
If you
that.
ask
Rambo.
that, how is this even possible?
Bambo First Blood.
Because Bambi, like Winnie the Pooh, who we had the story on last year, entered the public domain this year, which allows the characters to be used in a delightful and deadly new way.
So we could take Winnie the Pooh characters and put them on T-shirts now?
Sure.
Yeah. Are there certain things that are public domain, or is everything public domain?
Nothing would sell like Winnie the Pooh characters on our T-shirts, yes. I really don't know, man. I don't know how public domain works. Oh, Lunsford.
It's like the copyright has expired on it, so that's why it's
Right.
like a time thing.
What was the
It's
other
like Winnie the Pooh's up, Bambi's up because they're old enough.
What's the donkey in Winnie the Pooh?
I don't think there is a... Oh, there...
Eeyore.
Eeyore, yeah.
Eeyore.
So we could have Eeyore landmine shirts, the Jimmy Landmine Eeyore shirts. That would be, sorry about the landmine, Jim.
It's a good impression, though.
Thank you.
That wasn't bad.
Hey, why would somebody not renew the copyright?
I don't think you can.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
I think a copyright is not eternal. It only lasts for 50 years or something like that.
What about Nick Saban's?
Nick Saban? We got a copyright on Nick Saban?
I'm sure he does.
If we could clone him.
So technically, we could start printing out these T-shirts.
Yeah, anything that's 50 years or older. Yeah.
What about Bear Bryant's? Any copyrights on Bear Bryant stuff? We could do Bear Bryant T-shirts. That's got to be up 50 years.
My God, everything in Tuscaloosa's got houndstooth on it.
You know what's coming up on 50 years of Jaws.
There's my boy right there.
Yep.
Hey,
Ron
as
Jaworski.
Switzerland tries to prevent power shortages this winter, local politicians have been suggesting some, let's say, intimate ways to save energy. Now, in trying to promote the government's energy-saving plan, federal government is saying people need to shower together.
I've been saying this for years with you guys. You save water. You get a conversation. You get to see what you're doing wrong.
That's where all my good thoughts.
Yeah, Jim's the smartest he's ever been.
Just throw them at me.
You can soap up my back.
Yeah. I can't. There's some hard to reach places on me.
That's right.
Now, according to the Times, the head of the Department of Energy made the comments while trying to promote the government's latest power-saving plan in an interview given to 20 Minutein, which I guess is some magazine over there. They suggested that residents, quote, turn off the power when you don't need it, turn off the lights, or shower together. It comes as Switzerland tries to reduce energy usage by 15% to avoid blackouts this winter. While the current measures promoted by the government are voluntary, such as turning down the heating, switching off lights, and apparently showering together, Federal Council has warned that quotas and bans will be considered if consumption is not.
Yeah, I'm going to let all the environmentalists do it first and see if that's enough. That's the kind of way I roll on those things.
And that is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, with rates trending upwards, save yourself some money, stress, and time buying your home with Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And this part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Later on, we'll give you some of what Hugh Freeze said at his introductory news conference, and we'll get back into the reaction from many of you on that. Remember, Matt Rule has been introduced at Nebraska as well. His contract is 8 years and $74 million. I've yet to see numbers on Luke Fickell yet. But that is something we'll be keeping an eye on. But for Hugh Freeze, it is $6.5 million a year for the next 6 years, and he's kept Carnell Williams on the coaching staff as an assistant head coach and running backs coach. We expect Carnell's salary to be a big increase over what he was making for the job he's done to keep the program together. It's off to recruiting this weekend for Hugh Freeze, and we'll talk more about what's going on in Auburn when we come back right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Auburn introduces Hugh Freeze today. That is the big story out there. Movement in the college football playoff world. Also, Deion Sanders had a news conference yesterday as Jackson State gets ready to play Southern in the SWAC championship, where he was asked, reports are that Colorado has offered you the job, and Deion didn't play games.
Yeah, he said, yeah, they have offered me the job. I get a feeling the more I look at this story is he's not going to take that job.
Right, but it makes him look good that people are offering me, but I'm going to stay with the SWAC. We'll see if he takes that job. But let's talk a little Alabama football here, brought to you by our friends at Premier Garage. Our man John Parker Wilson's here.
That's right, and Premier Garage provides garage floor coatings, storage cabinets, organization systems that transform your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. Not just a garage, it's much better than that after Premier Garage gets finished with it. PremierGarage.com or 205-956-3939. That's 956-3939. What's up, JP? How are you?
Good, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Alabama's offense maybe had, we talked about it a lot since that Tennessee game, maybe it's slumped a little bit. Maybe it was the injury to Bryce Young. I don't know. It's about as crisp as they've looked, though, in the Iron Bowl in quite a while.
Yeah. We'll take 49 points. Bryce, 343, 173-yard rushing. And I think they played well. I mean, we played extremely well. Got a lot of guys involved on offense. I think clicked about as good as we have all year. You put up 49 points, you're doing something right.
Yeah.
And, I think managed everything well, the emotions well, and came out and, caught fire and scored a lot of touchdowns early and kind of got in a really good rhythm, which, we quite frankly, we haven't had most of the years, that rhythm on offense. And we're used to having it. And they clicked this game.
The number hits right on what it was in Vegas, 22 and a half, wherever you get it. I thought Alabama would win by a little bit more because I thought it was as simple as stop Cornell, stop Jarquez, and make Robbie Ashford beat you. You're a former Hoover quarterback. Ashford obviously played at Hoover. We talked about it yesterday. Very impressed with how tough that kid was. And although they knew he was going to run it, he was still picking up chunks.
Yeah. I mean, everybody in the building knew he was going to run it, right? There was no doubt about it. I think I remember, like, halfway through the fourth quarter, they attempted only 3 passes in the second half. It's like one of these 3 guys is going to run it. It's pretty simple. And they lined up and ran it really well. I mean, he was tough. He was beat up at the end of the game. I mean, you could tell how much he went through that game and taking all those hits, but he fought to the end. In a little bit, though, I think our defense, we did give up a lot of rushing yards, but when you get in the lead like that and you know that they can't throw the ball, you play a little bit different defense, right? You'll let them get 2 and 3 yard runs. Now they turn those into 5 and 9 yard runs, but you kind of let them bleed out the clock. I think they had a 15-play drive between the third and the fourth quarter. So after that, the game was basically over.
Will Anderson, a couple more sacks. It's been one of those years. I'm going to ask a football mind to give me a grade on Will Anderson's year, and you don't have to say ABC, but how did he play this year? Because I think we set the bar so high for him that we were expecting it to be Derek Thomas all year. And I still will not be surprised if he's the first or second player taken in the NFL draft. He's that good of a player. But it just did not seem like he met our expectations. But every time I look at the stat sheet, he's done something.
Right. I think you're exactly right. Like, Derek Thomas is a tough comparable, right? I mean, what do you have, 67 sacks? Or is it 77 sacks at Alabama?
Had 30 in 1 year, yeah.
Pretty crazy. But it was. You're right. He'd have 2 sacks here. He'd have 3 tackle for losses here. It's like, well, he's putting up the numbers, but it wasn't 4 and 5 sacks a game.
They were scheming away from him all year, right? Every game he was double teamed, chipped, and schemed away from every game, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think too, especially a few games, we had a lot of injuries up front, right? And he was moving from the defensive end position where he was actually like a defensive tackle. He was the 3 technique and usually would have Dallas Turner outside of him. So I think he was asked to do a lot of different things besides just line up and rush the passer.
Does that help you in the NFL? When scouts see that, they're like, man, if we get into a situation, we can move this guy around on the field.
Yeah, because I think that's the way the offenses are going, right? We saw a lot of that, what do they call it, cheetah, nickel cheetah or whatever it was, where we'd have 2 defensive linemen and Will and Dallas Turner were lined up as a defensive end. So he can do that. He can drop out in coverage. I think he's still probably a top 10 pick. And I think he led the SEC in sacks or tackle for losses. He was 1 or 2 if he wasn't. But I think the bar was so high for him and Bryce, right? Both of them.
Right.
We saw the numbers last year, which were so gaudy that it's tough to do that. And he still just had a very solid season and ended up with numbers every single week.
John Parker Wilson with us each weekend season. Thanks to Premier Garage, providing garage floor coating, storage cabinets, organization systems, transforming your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more at premiergarage.com or call them 205-956-3939. That's 956-3939. So we'll know tonight, I think, kind of what Alabama's future looks like. If they're in front of Ohio State, there's a chance. If they're behind them, there probably isn't. If you're a player on that team and you watch that and say you're behind Ohio State and it becomes obvious that you're not getting the playoffs, or next week you see it and you're not getting into the playoffs, how do you flip that switch and say, okay, this bowl game still matters to me? That seems tough to do.
Yeah.
When I'm used to being in the playoffs.
No, I know. It is tough to do.
You had to do it in 2008 because you thought you guys were going to be in the BCS.
Yeah.
And then you weren't.
We weren't. I think this team,
and y'all didn't handle it greatly.
We didn't.
You don't have to remind him of that.
I saw some numbers from that game.
Yeah.
It was a lot. It was not good.
Who was their defensive end that was on you all night?
Was he number 10?
I forgot. He played in the league for a while.
He did. He was number 10 for Utah. I forget his name, but he spent a lot of time in the backfield.
He did.
A lot of time in the backfield. But you live and you learn, and I think this team, you got to keep it going. Right, and to me though, we kind of turned the corner after we lost to LSU. So you keep the momentum going. Does everybody play? We don't know. We'll see. But I think you continue to build on that because you kind of had done something now. We had so much energy against Auburn, and then you get one more chance to go out and do it. You see what you can do. So for the guys that do play in the game, you're either trying to get drafted or you're trying to earn a spot for next year. So there is a lot on the line for everybody that's going to play in the game, because what you do now in the bowl game, what you do during practice is going to dictate where you start on the depth chart during spring. So if you're trying to get a job and try to get playing time next year, this is when you're auditioning for next. So you get up because your job's on the line, and then you also want to go out there and as a football player, you want to win every time you play. You don't want to show up and go out and go through the motions and get beat. It's embarrassing. So you show up and you get everything you can. The question is, how do you practice the month before? And that's how the game's going to go.
You know, we've had.
I remember our poll question that next day. What did John Parker Wilson wear more in New Orleans, Mardi Gras beads or Utah defensive ends?
Toss up.
So we've had upsets each and every week. I don't think it changes this week. I think, unfortunately, USC goes down. I think TCU goes down. With that said, there are a lot of people that believe TCU, win or lose, they're in. If both go down, I mean, I know Ohio State's in. Do you get a feeling Bama backdoors their way in if both lose?
Yeah, let's go. Definitely. I mean, it's not over yet. We still got a chance. And does Ohio State get in over us after getting beat by 3 touchdowns last week, right? I know we've got 2 losses, but they were by 4 points.
Yeah, so people now, what they're doing is looking at Ohio State's win versus Alabama losses. And they're saying that top 10 win against Penn State, which I still don't think Penn State's a very good team, but they are on the top 10. So, I mean, what looks better, a win over Penn State on the road or 2 walk-off losses?
2 walk-off losses. Definitely looks better. I think you got to put us in. I think we should be ahead of Ohio State. There's no doubt.
I thought that last week watching. I was like, man, Ohio State is completely out of this. But now the more I think about it, I think the committee will have Ohio State at 5, Bama at 6. But I do think both of those teams lose, and I think it comes down to TCU or Bama.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting discussion. Man, we appreciate you being with us.
Can't wait.
Your insight's always so good. You like the decorations?
I love the decorations. Love coming up here. Yes, it's great.
So festive, aren't we?
It is.
Yeah.
It happened quick.
It
It's
did.
like, oh my God, it's Christmas time.
Yeah, we were just dressed up as Halloween characters.
Football season will do that.
Yeah, it'll do that to you. John Parker Wilson with us each week, courtesy of Premier Garage. See more at premiergarage.com or call them at 956-3939, 205-956-3939. Transform your clutter garages into clean, efficient spaces. Thank you, son.
See you guys.
I will tell you, thanks to everyone behind the glass today.
What?
Because we have screwed up the clock 18 different times. And as we approach the top of the hour here, we still have 2 more full hours to go. We're going to keep rolling along today. The show being brought to you in part as well by our friends at Bromberg's. They bring you the show today in part, and also great Christmas gifts.
Yeah, look, they're your diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Outside of the great diamonds, they've got jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. You can shop online right now. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available, plus the The always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Join us on Saturday, December 3rd from 9 to 1 for track laps for charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 3 laps around Talladega Superspeedway. If you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. All proceeds will benefit Toys for Tots. That's Saturday, December 3rd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Bo Wallace joins us in just a second, a guy who had a great game against Alabama, a great career with Hugh Freeze at Ole Miss, and knows a lot about Auburn's new coach. We'll talk to him in just a second, right after Brown tells us about the great folks at Wayne's.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. That's 866-WAYNES-1. You want your yard to look the best it can in spring and summer. You got to take care of it in the fall shutdown season. Get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil. EnviroLawn with Wayne's does that. And we're going to help you save. We'll pay for the first month. If you sign up for that 12 months of EnviroLawn, you only pay for 11 with code TNR for the next round. TNR when you call 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1. Bo Wallace, former Ole Miss quarterback, played for Hugh Freeze, now the Auburn coach, and he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Bo. Hope you're doing well today.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. I assume you're happy for your old head coach to see him back in the Southeastern Conference, even though he is now coaching for one of the rivals of Ole Miss.
No, absolutely. He's a guy that gave me a chance to play in the SEC, and I know he's been itching to get back because, once you leave that conference and, you go back and, you feel third downs and the crowd gets wild and things like that. It's not the same anywhere else. So I know he's missed that and the competition level. So I think Auburn got a really good coach today, and honestly, I think he fits you guys perfectly.
Correct me on my history if I'm wrong, but you actually were at Arkansas State. He takes over. You're not the starting quarterback, so you transfer out, but then you transfer to Ole Miss to play for him. I think that's something right there. Am I right on that?
Yes, sir. Yep. So I signed with Clay Helton. He was the OC at Arkansas State, and then Coach Freeze came in right after signing day. So I was with Coach Freeze my redshirt freshman year at Arkansas State, and then went to East Mississippi, and then back to Ole Miss.
Everyone talks about how good he is with quarterbacks. So what makes Hugh Freeze so good with quarterbacks? Is it system, the way he coaches you up? Combination of both? Take us inside that quarterback room and what makes Hugh Freeze so good at that.
Yeah, I think my favorite part of his offenses are, there's always somewhere you can go with the football. There's always a right answer. And you kind of see all his quarterbacks, have all ran it pretty well to where, as long as you're reading the defense the right way, you're always going to have a place to gain positive yards in the offense. So I think that's one reason why he's been so successful is, there's always an out. And then he's always had a really good quarterback coach that really stays on the fundamental part. I had Coach Warner, who had been, coaching a really long time and at places like Miami. So, I expect him to bring in a guy like that, but just because that's kind of what he's done all the other places he's been.
Bo Wallace is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Bo, of course, played for Hugh Freeze at Ole Miss. He is now the quarterbacks coach at Holmes Community College. What do you do today as a quarterbacks coach that Hugh Freeze inspired you to do, or you do because that's kind of the way he coached you?
I just think, once you start for him, for 3 years and you're kind of, game planning weekly with him, I think you get, you kind of start seeing ball, in that type of way that he sees it, with the multiple options and things like that you can attach to plays and, make sure that they're successful versus multiple looks. I think, that's what I've taken away from it the most is just kind of feeling like I kind of see it the way that he sees it also.
Give us a look on the inside in that locker room throughout camp. How tough is he on the players? How accessible is he to the players?
Oh, yeah, he's super, accessible. I think obviously you can go in his office anytime you want. I think he was really hard on quarterbacks during camp because, I think he really wanted to grind on quarterbacks during camp because of the grind of the season and get them ready. But I think, once the season hit, he kind of backs off and kind of becomes your biggest fan, and then definitely during the game. I think one thing that he does that he does very well is he creates buy-in, and he creates that buy-in to his culture, and he creates that very fast. So I expect, a lot of guys that are thinking about leaving the program today, once they actually meet with him to stay and give it a try. Because, like I said, he just creates that buy-in. And, he's got a really good culture and always has a staff that brings that same culture with him.
The thing that ended up costing him his job at Ole Miss and something that his wife has forgave him for, is that something as a former Ole Miss player you eventually had to forgive Hugh Freeze for because it sort of sent your program in a bad direction? How hard was it forgiving Hugh Freeze in your personal life?
Nah, well, that's, people are going to fall short sometimes. And, I know I've fallen short many times. So, there's no place for me to judge him. And, as long as he's okay. And, it seems like, everything's back on track, and that's all I'm really worried about.
Is coaching at that level, the SEC level, to something that would interest Bo Wallace? Like if Hugh called you up and said, hey, man, I'd love to have you as an analyst here at Auburn or a part of this staff or what we're doing here, you would go work with him?
Yeah, like I said, man, once you leave the SEC and you've had a taste of it, it's always going to be with you. And you would love that, love to feel that feeling again, walking in environments like that and preparing in pressure situations like that. I don't think anybody could turn down, talking to or working for one of the best offensive minds in football. So, we'll see if something happens. But, yeah, that'd be something I'd love to eventually do.
Well, you've been grinding, man. Eight stops in 8 years. So you're earning your stripes, no doubt about it. Hey, so Brittany Wagner, Last Chance U, we saw you on that, and obviously she's a friend of ours, and she kind of hooked us up with you. Was she really strict on the grades, or is that overplayed?
I'm going to tell you, she did, and you don't realize it when you're younger, but now that I'm in the JUCO world and, I see what that grind's like for coaches and we're kind of having to do the academics. We're having to do kind of Brittany's job, because we don't have a specific person to do that. So a lot of these JUCOs are like that. So Brittany, she was, one of the most valuable assets on that campus. And, she always had people eligible and made sure they were ready to go when they needed to. So, I can't say, what a wonderful job that she did and, how many lives she's impacted, throughout the years.
All right, he is Bo Wallace, former Ole Miss quarterback, now at Holmes Community College as the quarterback's coach, working his way up the ladder there at Bo Wallace 14. If you would like to follow him on Twitter. Bo, thank you so much for the time, man. We appreciate you giving us some insight into Coach Freeze.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having me.
All right, buddy. Take care. Bo Wallace with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, and part of our show being brought to you by Dr. B under that beautiful Next Round hat that you can get right now at nextround.store, nextround.store, a whole variety of hats. You'll find fantastic hair that Lance has growing back at a 14.5% rate right now. And you can even get that in our store, too, technically. Some great hair from Dr. B. Yeah.
No, I did notice yesterday when we were doing our Mystery Fifth Hour that it looks a lot thicker on the sides. And I had somebody tell me this past weekend, man, that hair is really coming together. I had another friend reach out yesterday about setting up a consultation with Dr. B. So that's two friends, 2 weeks. Look, make the phone call that I made to Dr. Beckenstein. He's the best in the business, 205-319-0316. You can also go online, t3hair.net. When I got that second hair analysis done, my hair's already 14% thicker, still pretty early in that treatment, just started the second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Again, t3hair.net. Our man, Dr. B, takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call today, 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
All right, remember to hit that thumbs button and thumbs up button right there, and that'll help us as you watch us on YouTube, and like and subscribe wherever you're watching us right now. One sad note in college football as we head to championship weekend. Purdue's Aiden O'Connell is expected to be back at practice today for Purdue. His brother passed away this past weekend. He went on and performed very well for Purdue to help them win this past weekend and secure a spot in the Big Ten championship game. He was not on campus Sunday or Monday, back dealing in his home state of Illinois with his family tragedy there. There is hope if he's back on campus today. If not, he'll be back Wednesday. But the coaching staff says, regardless of when he comes back, he expects to play this week in the Big Ten championship after the tragic loss of his brother there. So our thoughts and prayers out to the Purdue family, but specifically the O'Connell family dealing with that. We'll talk more and hear on what Hugh Freeze had to say at his news conference when we come back on the show. We'll revisit some of the high points there and continue to count down to the SEC championship this week in Atlanta. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Redmond Vodka and Redmond Distilling. If you're looking for the perfect thing to go with drinks with Dunaway, you can find it with Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, hey, look, the holidays are here. You're going to be going to a lot of parties. One thing you need to do is not show up empty-handed. How about a bottle of Redmond Vodka in hand? It's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place. Also, ABC stores. Ask for it by name. Available in 20 states as well. It is Redmond Vodka.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're about to hear a little bit of what Hugh Freeze said earlier and get our initial reaction to that. A little commentary, if you will, for our friends who are watching on YouTube. We'll jump into the Hugh Freeze news conference that's being brought to you in part by our friends at the Pants Store. If you're looking for that perfect gift this holiday season for the fan in your life, Auburn fan, UAB fan, Alabama fan, look no further than the Pants Store. They've got 7 wonderful locations around the entire state of Alabama. And you can also find them online as well at pantstore.com. Look for those great locations in places like Trussville, Hoover. They got one down in Auburn right now, up in Huntsville. Just wherever you watch the show, you'll find the great folks at the Pants Store. just a wonderful gift idea this holiday season. And at the Pan Store, you're talking about game day hats and Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, Gentile, and all the women's fashion for the fan in your life as well. Pan Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn, and also at panstore.com. Rockstar, let's pull up some of the old stuff that Forrester has pulled from the news conference earlier. Let's go cut number 10. Hugh Freeze talking about some of the backlash he got while he was pursuing this job at Auburn and from what went on in his life. Here's Hugh Freeze earlier today in his introduction at Auburn.
I'm sure you're aware there's been some backlash from fans on social media and everything about your hire based on the past. What would you say to them, and how can you win them over? You obviously won over the president and athletic director.
You know, the same thing that I've kind of said is, you know, please give me a chance to earn your trust. Give me some time, get to know us, get to know our family, get to know the truth of our story. And I think that the ones who have done that have said, man, you know what, I kind of like this guy and I kind of like his family. And I don't know anybody in this room that doesn't deserve a second chance. And truthfully, if everybody's life was documented as mine, it would probably be uncomfortable for a lot of people. And you know, I don't know if deserve is the word, but I sure am thankful for grace and that I do get to keep fighting every day for another chance.
Yeah, and one quote that I really latched onto and I liked. He didn't say he deserved a second chance, but he felt like he's earned it. Like he's worked really hard the last 6 years to get this opportunity again.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, 6 years. I mean, you think about that. I'm not saying he went to prison for 6 years, but, you know, this is a guy that was having success, and because of his shortcomings, he gets kind of banished out of football for a little bit, and then he gets the Liberty job, and he was making good money, and he did a great job with that, and people still recognize he's an outstanding football coach.
Yeah, I wonder if he had continued at Ole Miss, if he would have this job today. Like, do you think they would have hired him after Gus Malzahn?
He mentioned, I feel like I've leapfrogged some of the steps to get to a job this level, which I thought was an interesting comment.
Yeah,
it's funny you latched onto that.
I mean, I don't know that, like, if he had continued that trajectory now, the let's just assume.
Because you're going God plan here. He's at this place for a reason, right? He was at Ole Miss. He never ends up at Auburn from Ole Miss, I don't think.
Oh, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So you don't think if he had continued the trajectory he was on? I mean, now the NCAA stuff is tricky. Obviously, the prostitutes on State Phone is tricky.
Yeah, but the NCAA stuff didn't get him.
I mean, how else can I say it?
I like you. Tricky.
It is tricky. I mean, I don't know how else to say it.
Well, that one's tricky right there.
But the other thing's the one thing that got him fired. But the NCAA, they were going to stick by him.
They were going to stick by him. So he makes it past that. I mean, you don't think that they would have considered him to replace Gus Malzahn if he had still been, let's just assume he's 500 against Nick Saban or a game below 500 like he is, and they, continued to challenge for the West, and they had the same type of records Lane Kiffin's putting up right now, which almost got him this job.
You can't say this without offending somebody, but if he had the success he was having at Ole Miss for a longer period of time, I think his next move would have been to a bigger job than the one he has today. And he's got a bigger job than Ole Miss today, but I think his step would have been a bigger step. It would have been, to what Texas A&M is perceived to be with, maybe it would have been Hugh Freeze instead of Jimbo Fisher if he'd stayed at Ole Miss and had the success.
Could have been.
Maybe
I
it would
don't
have
know.
been Hugh
I don't
Freeze
know.
at LSU instead of Brian Kelly.
Yeah, but I think if he had continued that trajectory, Lance, he was not a lifer at Ole Miss. I don't think.
I know he's an Oxford native, but I agree.
Yeah.
I've just got something weird. It's like somebody is controlling my computer. Is that what happens with the virus? Like my mouse?
Yes.
Hey,
like they're opening different things.
You ever think we're doing a show and he's so your computer's being controlled?
Yeah. I can't really control it, so it does take a little bit of my attention away.
So somebody's like typing stuff in front of you right now?
Well, they were opening different files and stuff. Yeah, it was going nuts.
No, that is scary because that is absolutely. Like on my Instagram, people they shut me out and they were actually sending things as me.
But the only thing that's alarming to me about that is as soon as Lance said that, we lost Scott's feed to us here in the studio. So if Lance is tied to that one, I'm really worried.
And they just took me out of mine too. Anyway, with all that said, This is one of those years. If Hugh Freeze was still the coach of Ole Miss, he could have won the West. This could have been
absolutely.
This could have been their year to get to the SEC championship game.
Yeah, I know. And that's what I'm saying. I think if he continued on that trajectory, he was not going to stay at Ole Miss. I don't know where he'd be right now. I don't know where he'd be. I mean, would Florida State have been appealing to him when Mike Norvell got that job?
Well,
would he have been in the running for A&M when Jimbo took it?
How many times has the Florida job opened?
The Florida job. I mean, that was, would he have been the guy after Jim I'm trying to get the timeline right. After Jim McElwain or after Muschamp or after Mullen. I'm sorry. Yeah, after Mullen. I mean, there were several times that if you're winning in the SEC, there have been some jobs open that you could pull a guy from Ole Miss to get. You could pull a guy from Ole Miss to get, right? Yeah. So I think his trajectory was a one that would have had him at a top. And he says he's got a top 10 job right now. And he says he does.
I believe he does. He's got a job. Maybe it's
I don't know if he does.
It's not a top 10 job, but it's a job that is better than the Ole Miss job. And so he's got a job better than the one he had.
There's no doubt about that.
Which is why he said he feels like he's leapfrogged into this job.
Yeah, he'll have to make it a top 10 job. It is not a top 10 job right now. He'll have to turn it into that.
But I
it's
do
got
believe,
potential to be.
Regardless of the success, and I wouldn't say this about most coaches, I think he wants this to be his last stop.
I think so.
He's 53. He's the second youngest coach in the SEC West.
Yeah, you surprised me when you said he's only 53.
Yeah.
Well,
younger guy.
It's funny. I saw video last
Lane Kiffin,
night.
obviously the youngest.
I saw video last night of he and Nick Saban talking at midfield before the 14 game in Oxford. And
8 years ago now.
That's 8 years ago. He looks like he's aged 30 years in that time. I mean, I think this has been a tough.
Well, I think
obviously it's tough on him personally.
I think 1 year can age you like that when you have the year that he had.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose what he thought was his dream job, the way he lost it. But, he hasn't exactly, like Lance said, he hasn't been in jail. I don't even know if you would call Liberty purgatory. He was getting paid $5 million. It's not like he was coaching at Austin Peay.
Yeah. Well, he just signed a $5. I think he was getting $3.5 million.
Okay. I am getting paid millions of dollars.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see who takes that Liberty job. I mean, that's a good job.
Yeah, actually, oddly, my wife asked me about that last night. She's like, he was obviously making a lot of money. Will somebody take that job? They're not in a conference, but they're going to Conference USA, where Jacksonville State is. So they'll be in Conference USA soon.
And actually a conference they might be able to dominate.
Yeah. Not over Jack State, Lance. Let's tap the brakes.
More of the jobs that are open right after LT tells us about the great folks at Gutter Cap.
823-2212, that is the number you need to call. My good friend Chris Stewart. You don't want to get that dangerous ladder out. It's a dirty job. Gutter Cap will take care of it. It's a patent aluminum cover. Fits over most existing gutters that will keep debris out. It's a lifetime warranty right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call today, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, and they've got a year-end special. Talked to Chris Stewart yesterday. Call him about the year-end special, 205-823-2212.
If you are willing to, are you willing to call the Georgia Tech job yet? That it's Willie. The exit
it seems
polls,
to be
Willie Fritz.
Yeah, exit polls are going Willie Fritz right now, and it appears, according to some in the know, one of two things happened to Bill O'Brien. Either they didn't get the money where he wanted it, or he is just convinced he's back in the NFL.
And then the other jobs in the Power 5 that are open: Cincinnati, Colorado, Stanford, and that is it. So of the Power 5 jobs that are open right now, Cincinnati, Colorado, and Stanford, the best one of that is Cincinnati on the way to the Big 12. Now that Auburn has filled their position, that becomes the primo job that's out there right now. More may open up, some movement may happen, but Cincinnati right now is and I mentioned Urban Meyer earlier, and I don't know if he'll get back in it, but he is a Cincy grad with his son who was a grad assistant on that coaching staff.
My gosh. His last two jobs have been Florida, Ohio State, and an NFL job. I just can't imagine he'd go back to. I'm sure the facilities at Cincinnati aren't awful, but they're not Florida, Ohio State, and NFL facilities.
Yeah, didn't Jim Harbaugh have a golden toilet at Stanford?
Did he?
I do not know that.
I thought he did.
Yeah.
That's the first I've heard of that.
It's the one thing I want. I don't ask for much.
You want an indoor practice facility? How about a golden toilet first?
What are you doing, Coach? Dropping bricks in the golden toilet, my friend.
I've got some Russian on my computer. I would Google it. But.
Cincinnati's open. South Florida is open. They're apparently considering Deion Sanders. Colorado has offered to Deion Sanders. A lot of people are saying Cincinnati should consider Deion Sanders. Listen, I want Deion to do what Deion wants to do. If he wants to stay and try to impact kids in the HBCU level, I think that's admirable, and I hope that's what he does the rest of his career. But if ultimately he's going to take one of these jobs, I wish he'd hurry up and get one just so we could see how this turns out. Because it's either going to be a lot of schools like Auburn or Nebraska or Wisconsin or, put any other school in here that is going to regret not hiring this guy, or it's going to fail and we're going to finally see it. But one or the other, it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, but see, if you take a job like USF, there's a better chance it fails than it succeeds.
In a lot of ways, you're set up for failure, but I can't imagine Deion Sanders recruiting in the state of Florida.
Yeah.
And I can. It's really good, right?
I just remember Jim
even in
Leavitt
South Florida
and the job that he was able to do, where they started in trailers, and 5 years later he had them at number 2.
Because keep in mind, a lot of the living rooms he's walking in the state of Florida, that dad grew up watching him at Florida State and the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and the 49ers.
He's a star walking in those living rooms.
So my answer is yes. I would take USF over Colorado.
Yes, I would.
Yeah,
I'd much rather try to build that recruiting in Florida than try to build Colorado recruiting out
and
there.
I bet the money isn't much different.
Probably not.
Yeah.
And
Stanford interests you guys at all? I mean, that seems so
if I'm
broken.
Deion or if I'm just anybody.
Anybody.
I bet Prime would like that gold toilet.
I mean, don't you change that gold toilet out if you're, David Shaw? I mean, it's Jim Harbaugh's toilet.
I mean, that's the first thing you do when you move into a new house, right?
Yes.
So you flip the toilets?
Yes. Stanford, I don't know, man. I just don't know what the commitment is out there. I don't know what the commitment is. I mean, they've had moments. Jim Harbaugh had them in great shape. David Shaw for a minute had them in great shape. But, boy, there have been a lot of down years, too, and I just don't know what my commitment is. And I don't know the future of the Pac-12, and I don't trust Stanford leadership to be aggressive in getting me in a good conference. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. We will do the upset alert in our next segment coming up.
I got to do some drawing.
There may be the chance the Brown Bandits back, or the pick queen or king, whoever he turns out today.
Queen.
Because
the jealousy.
Another win this past week.
What's that make me?
From Brown. We'll find out when we look at the standings coming up in just a second. The show is being brought to you in part today by our friends at the Floribama. We're going to be there a week from Friday down at the Floribama. All great stuff for you at the Floribama. Chili cook-offs, beauty pageants, mullet toss year-round. Don't forget about Floribama Radio over in Pandora after you're done listening to us every day. Great music over there. And we'll be down there enjoying the Army-Navy game with a lot of great veterans in our country at the Floribama.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see our friend Steve Powers. It's been July the last time we saw him. But, look, there's always great events going on, as you mentioned. Everybody knows that the most famous beach bar in the country is the Floribama Lounge. Numerous annual events during the year. Regular guests plan their schedules around their beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, bulls on the beach, where they actually ride bulls on the beach, marathons, much more. Army-Navy coming up next weekend. We will be there doing live show Friday, specialty show Saturday. Come join us. We're going to have some great specials. It's going to be a lot of fun. For more information, floribama.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Back with you on the Next Round. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light always. We appreciate them. We'll be a Bud Light game night coming up Thursday night, Soho Social. So make plans to join us there. We look forward to being out there. And then tomorrow night, you guys will be at Odie's as well.
Yep, Odie's Team Trivia every single Wednesday night. Make sure you join us. Enjoy the great food from Rodney Davis. He's been cooking it up for more than 3 decades now, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets. Take advantage of this fall weather, inside or outside. You can watch all of the championship games this weekend, NFL. Check it out, Odie's Tavern. It's a Birmingham institution, Crestline Village.
Rockstar, help me out here, man. We did an open like at 10 before the top of the hour or anything. Do I have one more break before the top, or is this all the way to the top of the hour? Do you know?
Okay.
I don't think Rockstar knows.
We had Bo Wallace on.
Yep. Okay.
And we took a break.
That's right. After Bo. Yep.
And we did a segment.
So this you will have. Continue. Let me do some math.
I think we've got one more.
One more break before the top of the hour?
I think so.
Well, which clock are we using? Are we using the normal 12 o'clock clock or the...
I thought we were going about 8
9
minutes
through
here.
11 o'clock clock.
I think we're going the 3 breaks method. So
one more break before we get to the top of the hour.
I think so.
Rockstar's not 100% confident on it. I don't know if
no,
you
but
know.
once you bring it up, I have no idea where we are. It's been a bit of a hectic day. I don't know if you guys have been
I'm aware.
We've had a lot of different balls in the air.
Did not know Hugh Freeze was going to talk that long. I'll admit it.
Yeah. The 1 hour news conference was not what we had planned.
What was great was he walked up with a wireless mic. Like,
I
what
know.
the hell was he going to do with that?
Well, I thought we were going Baptist preacher for a minute.
I thought he was going to sing. And this reminds me of the
My
time.
Lord.
And he
George,
walks away
start
from
that
the
piano.
podium. Amazing Grace.
That would have been incredible if he sang Amazing Grace.
Because I had a pastor in the past that would occasionally, just in the middle of his sermon, he would break into a hymn, and without the band or anything, he'd just break into the hymn. Yeah. and wants you all to sing along with him. You know,
So a cappella?
And I think the ultimate cringy things if you start going everybody with me. War Eagle.
Y'all know it. Come on.
Okay, you'll hear from Robbie Ashford, who spoke right after the news conference to the Gather Media in Auburn, coming up in the next segment. But right now, it is time for our Baumhauer's Upset Alert. One of us is really hot. The others are not. Hot or not. It's Brown and the rest of us. Hit it, Rocky.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. Woo, woo. College football's upset alert.
Hey, and our friend Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later, Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in for lunch or dinner to one of those great locations statewide of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Another reason we're distracted.
Oh, my gosh. Please don't talk with your mouth full.
Cookie dough magic, yeah. Our buddy Chris Bell brought us some of this, and you and I had the salty sweet.
It's amazing, by the way.
I got thrown off by the red velvet because I thought it was something fruity, and I was just kind of in the mood for something
I didn't know
fruity.
it was red velvet.
Yeah.
I've been pounding the salty sweet, the caramel. Oh,
That's the one I've got. Salty
You got
sweet.
red velvet in there. Brown, do you want one as
No,
we do
thank
this?
you. I am
You're
fine.
positive?
Yeah, I'm positive.
I've never seen you turn down dessert.
Well, I mean, I've got this upset alert.
Okay,
Lance.
okay. Oh, yeah, you gotta concentrate.
Yes, I got to
Yeah, it's gotta
concentrate.
eat
Do you
character.
know how you get as many points as I've gotten?
How many points? Let's take a look at the standings in our Baumhauer's Upset Alert standings. Brown won again.
That's amazing.
That's weird.
He is 9-4 through 13 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
9-4. Now, I want everyone to understand, I'm not just picking upsets, Jim. I'm picking teams that are underdogs of a touchdown or more. And I've got 9 out of 13 of those. That's pretty hard to do, I'd
Got
say.
a small board to select from this week, though.
No, but I have found one, Lance.
Yeah, you save yours though.
Oh, I'm going last.
Yeah, I mean,
you are the Hugh Freeze of the upset picks.
Which is what?
It'll go a little longer.
Yeah. Oh,
a little longer.
Yes.
It is LT
That's what
now.
the people want.
and-
The people
and
have been saying they want this. They DM me all the time, Jim.
LT is dead
look,
last, so you go first.
3 o'clock Saturday, there is nothing like the Mountain West Championship.
I mean, it's my favorite.
Yeah, where you'll always find Boise State. They're a 3.5-point favorite, but
oh no,
I like Fresno.
Look at that, Lance.
Good-looking bulldog.
Unfortunately, the F got a little bit erased, but terrific work out of you.
His front legs are rough, but better than I could do.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Isn't
It is. That's a very good bulldog. Yeah.
If my man Chris over there is giving me
I
a
like
thumbs
it.
up.
I like it.
Does look good.
Good
Hey,
job
give me
out
the
of
red
you.
back where I can at least color this thing in.
Okay.
That's right.
yes,
Your F got F'd up, so correct the Fresno there. I'm going to go with a team that I had on my stock down their coaching staff this past week.
They're bouncing back, Jim.
But why not? I'm going to take 7.5 here, go to the ACC championship game. We don't have a baby blue, so I lose credit for color correction. I'm going with North Carolina Rockstar. I know it looks like maybe Central North or Central something, but Central Norcross High School or
North
something.
Cincinnati.
Yeah. But North Carolina is where I'm going, plus 7.5. Somehow, some way, it gets worse for Dabo and Clemson this week. That's my pick. I'll lock it in right here.
Locked in there. Good job, Jim. No, I got to move my thing so I can lock mine in.
All right. Now to the main event.
You know, I can't do my system this week, Rockstar. I've got a system that I've used all year. I've got a system, but I can't use it because we don't have a full slate of action. And if I told you what my system was, it would be giving it away, and this is proprietary information. So I can't really explain why I can't use my system. You'll just have to accept that I can't use my system, okay?
Okay.
So I can't use my system. Have I established that?
Yeah. Are you going to use your system?
Well, my
you've been using?
system took me to 9-4. 9-4 out of 13 games. So it's a good system. I just can't use it this week.
So you're already starting with an excuse.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I just an explanation.
Okay.
It's not an excuse. It's an
We call that a
explanation.
disclaimer in the
It's a
business.
disclaimer, Rockstar, disclaimer.
But there's a chance we'll get all his basketball plays for free if this one doesn't hit.
You could pass.
I'm not going to pass, Lance, because that's not what the people watch this for. They don't watch for me to pass. They watch for me to go 9-4.
To dress up. Where's your outfit?
There's no costume today. We're very serious about it. I didn't want to go costume because I can't use my system. Part of my system is costume, right?
Okay.
So the system is all thrown off here, Rockstar.
So if you lose, you've got an excuse.
I'm not going to use an excuse. I'm still
He's
playing
just
this
setting
game.
it up.
And you know what else I'm not going to do? Lose. So you don't have to worry about that,
Okay.
Lance. This is a rescheduled game in the MAC.
Oh,
Akron
my.
and-
Good,
What?
isn't it?
Huh?
What?
You're using the reschedule MAC game this weekend?
It's on the schedule, Jim. They're playing football.
Oh, my.
Akron is at Buffalo, Rockstar. They couldn't play it because of snow. Can you imagine that? Can't play a game in Buffalo because of snow?
When are they playing it, though?
They are playing
It's
it
on
at
Friday.
noon on Friday.
Can we pick Friday games?
That is when all the big games are played at noon on Friday, right? Akron is at Buffalo, Rockstar. And I'm going to take Akron. They are catching.
Let me see what the zip looks
11 and a half.
Oh, it's the kangaroo. It's
Rockstar. What does a kangaroo have?
A pouch.
Do you know what you need a pouch for, Rockstar?
To carry your young ones in.
All that money I have made you this football season. That's why we're going Akron. I can't use my system. Did the lights go dim or am I having a stroke?
It's the system's a little bit of rope. We can't use the system right now.
Thank you, Scott. That's why I'm going Akron.
You don't get the full light package without your system.
That's
pretty good marsupial there.
Thank
It
you,
really
Lance.
is,
You know what makes it a marsupial? You know why they're marsupials?
A pouch, right?
They got a pouch. You know what you need a pouch for?
Money.
All that money I have made you.
I don't see a pouch on yours.
It's why
I'll
it's a
tell you
pouch
what
is
they
right
don't-
there.
I'll tell you what's not needed in that pouch.
What?
Those damn points.
Rockstar, you don't need them.
No.
They don't need a pouch.
We don't need those points.
Not for points, Rockstar. They don't need a pouch. Not for points, no, sir. They need a pouch for all the money I've made you. Plus 19 units on the year.
Units?
Lunsford figured it up. Plus 19 units.
That's right.
Okay.
So if one unit's $100, I made what?
$1,900.
That's almost $2,000.
You put that in a pouch.
How much am I paying for this?
Nothing.
It's
That's
free.
what's amazing. It's a system. Oh, Akron. The Zips, Rockstar. The Kangaroos.
Lock it in.
Plus 11 and a half. But guess what?
Those points. I don't think you're going to
You don't need them. Put them in a pouch with the money. You don't need
Did
them.
I at least out art you today?
Your art's very good, Lance.
you did.
Yes.
It was really good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can't win a game, I might as well win
That's
some.
right. Everybody give
I like your
Lance.
bulldog. All right, that is. We don't need those points.
Don't need them.
Have we ever needed the damn points?
He doesn't
9
like
and
them.
4 has said no, we don't.
He doesn't like them. You know who likes them? Me. I'll take them any
No,
day.
no,
of
I'll
the
take
week.
points anytime.
Yeah, anytime I can get them. All right, that is the Upset Alert brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. Make sure you get in, enjoy some of that incredible food. And don't forget about the recession concession menu. Bob's here to save you a few bucks with that menu. It includes a complimentary beverage. You can get a classic tailgate burger, only $7.99. The Bam Bam Chicken, only $9.99 and more. Go easy on your wallet with Baumhauer's Victory Grill recession concession menu. Stop in for lunch or dinner to any of those Baumhauer's Victory Grills.
Robbie Ashford, you'll hear from him coming up in just a second. A couple of interesting notes. I'm almost hesitant to report this right here. If Sam Hartman transferred and still played another year somewhere, and he went to Florida, would that interest you?
Sam Hartman in Florida? Yeah, that interests me.
Matt Hayes dropped that earlier this week. That Sam Hartman could be in the portal, and then he put Florida, question mark?
Anthony Richardson was good at times. And he was bad at times. I mean, like in that Florida State game, I think he went 2 straight quarters without completing a pass.
He is still projected as as a first-round guy.
Well, there are 2 I don't get, him and Will Levis. They're both in the SEC. Will Levis got his offensive coordinator fired. That's unfair. I shouldn't say that. Will Levis's offensive coordinator got fired, Rich Scangarello, out at Kentucky. And yet that guy is still going to – I mean, they fired the offensive coordinator, and everybody's still saying he's a first-round pick.
Yeah, but if I'm Sam Hartman, I'm not going to Florida. I've got Sam Hartman is close to a top 10 quarterback right now in college football.
So you'd go to the NFL or
no?
Stay at Wake Forest?
Where would you try to go?
I mean, Alabama needs quarterback.
Alabama needs quarterback.
So if you were Sam Hartman –
he is better than Milroe. I haven't seen enough Simpson.
No, I mean, we've barely seen that guy. There's no way.
He's better than Milroe.
But you don't know when an offensive coordinator can get more out of Milroe. You know what I'm saying? When Alabama changes offensive coordinators, which I think they will, I mean, that guy may be able to unlock Milroe and get more out of him. I don't know.
Look, Hartman didn't have the season he had last year. He still had a good season. But imagine Hartman with the Alabama talent around him.
Sam Hartman or Drake May to the Tide, which would you rather have?
Drake May.
Drake May.
Yeah.
That rumor continues to hang out there. I don't know if there's any truth at all to it, but
yeah. But even if I'm Dabo, and I mean Klubnik, obviously he doesn't love because DJ has really struggled. I mean, if I'm Dabo, I make a call to Hartman.
Dabo is very, very loyal to DJ and is a little bit stubborn. And last night on his coach's show, a caller asked him about making changes, and Dabo basically said, if we made changes every time we struggled, there would be absolutely no way to sustain this model, basically. Like, we're gonna work through the struggles. And at one point in the call, and I haven't heard the audio or seen the video, so I don't know, sometimes when you read this kind of stuff, it sounds one way and you sit and you're like, yeah, maybe not. But at one point in the call, he says, essentially, I don't have the quote in front of me, I'm going to do it my way. And if they ever decide that my way's not working, they can make a change here, is essentially what Dabo said. Now, again, I haven't seen it or heard it, so I don't know how it came across. But he's stubborn.
Much like you saw the Alabama receiver room drop off this year, we saw that after Deshaun Watson to Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
Trevor Lawrence is the real deal. I don't know if you guys got to watch this weekend.
Yeah,
but
every week.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to really play with confidence.
And you get some bad bounces occasionally. Okay, Robbie Ashford in just a second. We're not going to take a break. We're going to go to the top of the hour.
That's what Rockstar said.
But I want to get you the Robbie Ashford sound here right after I tell you about the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a wonderful place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is that place, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. So if your son or daughter is playing high school sports right now, think about Montevallo. Great academics, small class sizes, which will help them in the classroom. Wonderful campus life. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Schedule the in-person tour, montevallo.edu. Auburn's quarterback, Robbie Ashford, talking with Jeff Spiegel of ABC 3340 earlier today. Here's Robbie Ashford.
Robbie, how excited are you about this hire?
I'm ecstatic. I mean, just ready to get to work. Just to be with a coach like Coach Freeze, I mean, it's just a blessing just to know what he does, just to know how much of a winning culture he brings. We needed that in Auburn. I mean, because we got to bring Auburn back to what Auburn is. And, I mean, I feel like we can do that with Coach Freeze. And like I said in my past interviews, it doesn't matter who the coach is. We know it's Coach Freeze now, but, hey, year one, we coming in for big accomplishments. We trying to win an SEC title and national championship. And I know this team is not going to stop until we get there. And I know we got a coach now who's not going to stop until he gets there too. So, I mean, for me, it's just I got to continue to be that leader. Just definitely with a new guy, with a new coach coming in, I got to be that vocal point, just like you said, leader of the locker room. And just with me being a quarterback, I got to take that next step in my development. And I know I probably didn't develop as much as I wanted to, just with a whole lot of setbacks, but now I know I'm going to get some of the best coaching in the country, so I know it's just going to develop me better and just for what I'll be able to do next year, and I think we'll put up some crazy numbers.
You know, if we were at the Grammys and I said that's Smokey Robinson's grandson,
it's awesome.
Put them side by side, Rocky. It's crazy.
I want you to do that. Yeah.
Smokey's perfect.
Hey, maybe not an intentional shot at Brian Harsin, but yet another shot at Brian Harsin right there. I'm essentially saying I'm finally going to get the coaching I need.
Speaking of which, Brian Harsin will be back inside Jordan-Hare Stadium tomorrow night.
You're coming to get some stuff? Well, I mean, what's he in there for? No, his kids playing.
His son, David Harsin, is the quarterback of Auburn High School. Tomorrow night, Auburn High School takes on the Thompson Warriors. 7A championship game. Our boy Lunsford will be down there, and it is 100% inside Jordan-Hare Stadium.
100%,
so the Harsin family will be back inside Jordan-Hare Stadium cheering David on.
I hope they can enjoy that, and nobody says something stupid to them.
God, I hope not. Yeah. But I mean, Harsin, a lot of players have taken shots.
Oh no, they have. I mean, I don't know that Robbie Ashford intended to there, but he 100% said at the end of that, I'm essentially finally going to get the coaching I need.
Yeah, and a little. I don't know how many of the big recruits in our state are left that are playing this weekend, but a nice little bit of advantage for Hugh. He can't go recruiting yet out on the recruiting trail, but he'll be down. Everybody will be on his campus over the rest of the week.
But I do think, and a lot of people were saying this Saturday during the Iron Bowl. I saw this on Twitter a good bit, and people were saying it in the press box, that Hugh Freeze and Robbie Ashford are a good match. Now, I don't know what it will yield, but I think Hugh Freeze can get something out of Robbie Ashford. I think he's got some tools that Hugh Freeze can use.
There's a lot of Gus Malzahn and Hugh Freeze offense. They share some qualities. Hugh's better at getting a passing game out of that,
and Gus is better at running the ball.
Gus is better at running the ball, but if you some of the same concepts that worked for Nick Marshall.
If you remember Hugh Freeze's Achilles heel, they could not run, especially in short yardage, to the point that he started giving the ball to Robert Kimdichie at times. I mean, they just could not line up and get a yard when they needed to get a yard, and that was a huge issue for him at Ole Miss. Cost him games that they couldn't just run the ball in obvious run situations. That's something he'll have to fix, obviously. And we'll see if he can. But he'll have a quarterback in Robbie Ashford that can get him some yards running.
All right. Well, one more bonus hour to go. So we've got 1 hour to go here on this day that We heard from Hugh Freeze for an hour earlier in the show in the news conference. So one more hour, sit back. Part of that final hour includes our 4 downs today. This is the next round right here from Double Down Media.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You'll hear from Carnell Williams in just a second. And we'll do 4 downs in this segment and update you on some stake bets. Final hour, our bonus hour of the show. We are going to be watching live the USA soccer team, but it's frozen over there all of a sudden.
Well, all of our TVs froze.
Oh, okay. We'll get.
I'm working on that, Jim.
Get that reset for us over there. Usually, I hate when you fiddle with the TVs during the segment, but in this case, it's helping me.
Would you call it a Hugh freeze out?
By the way, I don't really
topical humor, guys.
Do that in a Gary the Gator.
Hey, would y'all call it a freeze out? Brown's super focused right now. Don't interrupt him. He's got his Starship Commando.
Dunaway hates it when I mess with the TVs in a second.
This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. You know, it's funny, when I was eating this treat we had up here, all of a sudden I thought of our friends at Buzzed. If they could also deliver that too, it would be really good.
They deliver a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of party favors. Hey, look, let them bring the party to you this holiday season. The fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience store. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. Found on your app store, BUZD. Use code NEXTROUND, 15% off that first order. They've got cannabis, alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get Buzz, B-U-Z-D.
Rocky, your TV's working in there. Will you keep us updated should the Americans or Iran score? They are underway, and what is the
quick update? Christian Pulisic fell down.
This is the biggest soccer match of all time, Rockstar?
Correct. This could be to get to the next round. Literally, hey, play on words. Get to the next round. We got to win this game.
Yeah. What's the next round? 16 teams.
Yes.
Yeah. Who would we play then? Who are we slated to play then?
Probably like Argentina or
Brazil. Somebody that'll kill us. And is it single elimination after that?
Yes.
It is.
Okay.
All right, that's the World Cup update, so we'll be watching that live here over the final hour. But, Rockstar, let's go to the Carnell Williams bite, again, from our friends at ABC 30 through 40 who are down there. Carnell Williams, who was named part of the Hugh Freeze staff officially today by Hugh in the news conference. He's going to be the assistant head coach and the running back coach. Standing ovation for Carnell Williams and what he did for the program, holding it together the last month after the firing of Brian Harsin. Also, Carnell Williams got praised by the athletic director and then by the new coach, Hugh Freeze. Here's Carnell Williams talking with Jeff Spiegel, ABC 3340.
I felt really good, to be honest with you all. It went a lot better than I thought it was going to go. I wanted to see him, meet in person, not talk over the phone, where I can just truly feel his energy. And wow, was I very impressed. And look, I'm excited for this opportunity to be able to work up under his leadership and help him cultivate this fan base, these players, and just help Auburn football get back to the top of college football.
Yeah, I mean, he becomes such an important part for the roster that is there, one. But two, to sort of help Hugh learn a little bit about what Auburn's all about, right? I mean, you cannot put a price tag on how important just, you don't want to use the phrase Auburn man because that becomes so cliche. And Hugh's not one. Hugh's coming in, and Carnell is one. But to share from an Auburn perspective what every one of your actions will mean. He is an opportunity to bounce anything off of Carnell Williams, and I don't think you can put a price tag on that.
I would agree. Yeah, I mean, look, he knows the ins and outs of this program. Truly is a Auburn guy through and through, and you just saw how not only the players, how everyone that is an Auburn fan reacted.
1 year ago, Carnell Williams got a contract extension, and it's complicated because there's a lot of bonuses in there, so I really don't know what he made this past year, but it was a good contract, all right? And I don't know what they paid him to be the interim. They had to bump it a little bit. I hope he's got a really good agent. I don't know if it's Jimmy Sexton or who it is, but I hope it's a really good agent because he, to a certain extent, had Auburn over the barrel.
Yeah, I'll write down what the minimum has to be.
What you think Carnell Williams should be making right now. Because Lance, he had Auburn over the barrel because Auburn did not want to lose him. And Hugh Freeze, I think, knew coming into this, it is an important PR moment for me to keep Carnell Williams on this staff, and it helps me with recruiting, and it helps me with the locker room. And on top of all of that, Auburn was paying less than market value for Hugh Freeze, under what they would normally have to pay. They're paying top 8 money, not top 5 money in the conference. So Auburn was saving a little bit on Freeze. So Carnell Williams absolutely had Auburn over the barrel. So I hope he did well.
That's my number. That's
that would
what
be
he should be
close
making.
to mine right there. Lance had 1.5. Jim had 1.2. Any one of those I'd be fine with.
Yeah.
And I hope that's what he's making. And I think you'll see he's making probably coordinator money, even though he probably will not be a coordinator.
El Tigre says pay Caddy what Tuberville averaged, $2 to $3 million.
I think that's a touch high.
Yeah, a little high.
Yeah,
I think Cadillac would be ecstatic making over $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, you're running backs coach, associate head coach, and $1 million. I mean,
and this gets thrown out there a lot, and it's meant to be a compliment, I think. Evan writes in, he's Auburn's Antoine Petway. Antoine Petway has been huge for Alabama basketball, especially for what's going on right now. And Carnell could, if he wants to turn it into a career, he could stay at Auburn probably as long as he wants through how many coaches they've got coming up.
Or, you never know with Carnell. Maybe he, parlays this into an offensive coordinator's job somewhere one day and then comes back as Auburn head coach. I mean, it'd be a very, very popular hire by an athletics director one day.
There was a time in college sports, this is my old man segment of the day, when a longtime assistant like Mickey Andrews would stay at a school forever and ever and ever, like at Florida State, or Mal Moore at Alabama, and at some point along the way when there was openings, they would be in the discussion to get the job.
Yeah.
Now, for the two I named, they never got the head coaching job, so that's always the downside. Sometimes you got to leave to come back and be the head coach.
Yeah, I mean, and you never know if they're successful and Carnell's part of that staff for a long term, he could be the guy one day. I could see him being Auburn's head coach just because of how popular it was, and I don't know, like if you just paraded, if you went to an Iron Bowl, biggest Auburn, most hype Auburn crowd, right, and you paraded former Auburn players and announce them, the PA guys. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cam Newton or whatever. Carnell Williams gets as big or bigger a cheer than any of them.
Yeah, love the Go Crazy T-shirts that were out there this past weekend for the Auburn fans who were watching the game, some wearing them in Tuscaloosa. New York Butcher Shop steak bet update here because we had some that went live in our post-game show yesterday. It's brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop, a great place to get wonderful steaks and a lot more.
Yeah, Jim and his staff do such a great job there. It's a great place. You can stop by the New York Butcher Shop, pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Great selection of wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cabo Heights and Highway 119. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All right. Yesterday, help me, LT. I know we made one stake bet on Hugh Freeze that he will win 9 games at least twice while he's the Auburn head coach.
Yeah, and the other one I've got Hugh Freeze and Auburn straight up against Lane Kiffin and the Ole Miss next year.
Okay, and you got Auburn over Ole Miss straight up, no points in a pick 'em. Those were our 2 stake bets up there. I'm currently 4 stakes up right now as we sit here today going into this championship weekend, that New York Butcher Shop stake bet update. A lot more of the Hugh Freeze news conference coming up, but you have something
Yeah,
here.
I got a little bit of a developing story here. Alex Scarborough of ESPN is reporting that UAB's football team has written an open letter to the school president, frustrated over the handling of the coaching search, and they are throwing their support behind Bryant Vincent. I will not read the entire letter, but basically they do say this. We as a team want our voices to be heard. We have fought for and brought championships and bowl wins to this university, championships and bowl wins that have never been done in the history of this program. We've accomplished a lot. They say that Mark Ingram told them he would do a national search. That's all he said. He didn't talk to them again. That was in June. Didn't talk to them again to November 28th, and they are campaigning for Bryant Vincent. And this is a nice move by the UAB football team, and I appreciate their willingness to do this and back their guy. And I have no problem with Bryant Vincent getting the job, none whatsoever. But you cannot listen to the team in these situations.
No, you never can. The interesting thing is we haven't heard a word about.
It's been very quiet. Skip Holt's name caught some steam over the weekend, and I don't know if that was the old test balloon to see what the response would be, the old weather balloon. But his name caught some steam over the weekend. But you're right, Lance. It's been very, very quiet. And I love a team having their voice heard, talking to a school president, and backing their guy. And they love Bryant Vincent. You cannot listen to the current team when you're hiring a coach. You just cannot do it. You got to go hire your guy.
If you listen to the team, Carnell Williams would be the head coach at Auburn today.
Yep.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying that's who the team wanted.
There's no doubt. No. I mean, the team always, if it's a halfway healthy situation under an interim, the team always wants the interim. That's their guy. That's who recruited him. That's who they've gone to battle with. They love that guy. They're probably playing hard. I mean, we talked to John Samuel Schinker. Auburn players were playing their tail off for Carnell Williams. They wanted him to get that job. You're right. But you just can't listen to the team in those situations. You got to do your own guy.
4 Downs Every Day is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Great locations. We're about to ask some future bets on our friends down at Auburn and Hugh Freeze and some other coaching changes that's going on in college football. That, of course, breaking on the UAB side from Alex Scarborough. We'll keep you updated on all that. But right now, Vulcan Tires for our 4 Downs.
Yeah, 5 great locations, including that new location in Pell City. They can do anything bumper to bumper for you and your family. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
For me, I'll do the first 2, LT. More SEC championship game appearances in the next 5 years. Hugh Freeze, Lane Kiffin, or Jimbo Fisher?
I will go Hugh Freeze. I think Jimbo Fisher's time is about to run out. I don't have confidence in Kiffin at Ole Miss. And I think Hugh Freeze is a really good coach. I think it's a good spot for him.
So one time, at least in the next 5 years, Hugh Freeze has Auburn in Atlanta.
I mean, I'm not positive on that, but out of those 3. I mean, I would say none of the 3, but if I had to take one, I would take Hugh.
I mean, Hugh Freeze, not too terribly long ago, had Ole Miss, the craziest play we've seen in SEC history, away from going to Atlanta. So I think he could do it at Auburn.
That's a crazier play than the kick 6 or Prayer Jordan.
No, I don't think there's any doubt. Yeah, especially with all that was on the line there. Yeah, I will say Hugh Freeze is, because I'm with Lance. I don't know that Jimbo Fisher's going to survive long enough to do it, or can do it even if he survives that long. And I don't have faith in Lane Kiffin doing it in Oxford. I don't think he'll take Oxford or take Ole Miss to Atlanta.
I don't think I'm gonna get his name right here, but Bjorn Bork. What's the guy's name?
Bjorn Bjork.
It's Russ Bjork, right?
Ross
Bjork.
Bjorn Bork.
Good tennis player.
The athletic director at Texas A&M saying today with our friends at Tex Ags, we are building a program that is built to last. It's going to take a while. We're under construction.
I mean, but this is what, year 5?
Yeah.
How long does construction? I mean, they build buildings faster than
I mean, I would just say, hey, West Coast, what's going on with USC?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Second down.
Last one for me, LT. Wisconsin just got Luke Fickell from Cincinnati back in their conference championship game first. Wisconsin or Cincinnati? Now, Cincinnati goes to the Big 12 next year, so keep that in mind.
I would go Wisconsin. I think Luke Fickell's a really, really, not only a good coach, a great fit there.
Now, is this conference championship game?
Conference championship.
Okay, the problem with that is they're getting rid of divisions.
One more year of divisions in the Big 10.
Fickell better do it this year, or it's going to be an uphill climb.
You don't think he does it any time after that? Because Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah, once you get rid of divisions, Ohio State, Michigan, USC, Penn State, I mean, you're going to have a lot of teams you got to climb through to get there. And even when they got there, those are like 10-3 teams, weren't they?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so even when they got there, it was based on being divisional in all likelihood. So I think I would go with Cincinnati.
Cincinnati could be a power in the Big 12.
I mean, I think it's open. Who scares you in the Big 12? When you take, not that Texas and Oklahoma scared you this year, but who scares you?
Nobody.
If I'm a Cincinnati fan, I'm
Oklahoma
excited.
State, based on history, might be your alpha.
Yeah, but they were awful this year.
Okay.
And Baylor's your defending champ, and they struggled this year.
Third down.
Russell Wilson and his $250 million new contract. 34 years old today. Better career, Russ or Dale Earnhardt Jr.?
Well, Russ won Super Bowls. Dale Earnhardt Jr. never even won a Cup championship, did he, Jim? Am I right about that?
He was never Cup champion, no.
Yeah, so I got to go with
Russ won one, should have won 2.
A Super Bowl, played in another one, yeah.
Yeah, but did Dale Earnhardt Jr. win the Daytona 500? I think he did, which is the Super Bowl of racing.
Did Wilson ever get an MVP? I don't think he's ever got an MVP, has he?
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the most popular driver during his time
I don't know.
on the circuit. if it's a fan vote, Dale Earnhardt Jr. more popular with NASCAR fans than Russ Wilson ever was.
Oh, I'm
with
sure.
NFL fans.
Oh my gosh, you could do the fan vote in Denver right now, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. would win it.
But I'm going to say a more successful career, Russell Wilson.
I
That
would
pains
say
me.
so.
I think I would go Russell Wilson as well. And I don't know that we've ever, well, I'm not going to say ever, but this is one of the worst ends of a career in a different uniform we've ever seen.
Oh,
I
terrible.
mean, this is as bad as Jerry Rice as a Seahawk.
No,
They've gone over 20 points twice this year.
Now, Seth says multiple Daytona 500s. I know he won summer races at Daytona, so he won the 500 more than once? Yes, multiple. Okay.
Fourth down.
2004 and 2014. So 2 times. He's the Daytona 500 champion twice.
So you would call that a Super Bowl, not winning the Cup
Well,
a
they
Super Bowl?
literally call it the Super Bowl of racing.
They call it
They
that.
got to call it something.
Yeah. 04 and 14, yes, he won the Daytona 500.
I'm
Good for
gonna
him.
go back. I'm gonna stick with my NASCAR roots. Show you a little redneck here. I'm gonna go Dale Earnhardt Jr. better than Russell Wilson.
Did James Sr. just text you?
No, Mom did.
Your dad.
The icon, Vin Scully, who unfortunately passed away earlier this year, would have been 95 today. If I asked you better career, Vin Scully or Alex Trebek?
Oh, 2 good ones. We lost him just recently
Yeah.
too. I mean, I'm more of a Vin Scully guy, to be honest with you.
I am too. I mean, Alex Trebek is the greatest game show host of all time, right?
Ooh.
Well, that's I don't even know. We get Steve Harvey on Family Feud is number 2. I don't even know.
I'm just talking about
I mean,
longevity.
I don't know. Longevity, yeah, but Bob Barker,
Bob Barker.
is phenomenal.
But who is that guy who did the Newlywed Game and
Bob Eubanks?
Yeah. Where's the weirdest place you ever made whoopee?
Yeah. And I mean,
Backstage with you.
that was this afternoon.
Yeah.
Let's don't look past Pat Sajak, who's still going too.
Ah, great point, Brownie.
Yep.
It's
Pat
not
still
easy
got a
spinning
career.
that wheel.
Yeah, Chuck Woolery too. We got that from the back.
Yeah.
When he on Love Connection.
Yeah. I'm not going to say that, but I do think Vince Scully is absolutely the best to have ever done it.
Yeah, I mean, I would go
Not
Vin
even an
Scully's not
argument.
even
I'll
close,
go Vince
but
Scully.
I just couldn't come up with anybody else.
Yeah, I will go Scully more than the rest of them. And that's 4 downs.
Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 5 great locations, including the new location right there in Pell City. Anything you need for your family, bumper to bumper, they can handle if you're getting on the road this holiday season. Make sure you get your vehicle checked out. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireAndAuto.com.
Yes, Rockstar.
Are y'all's TVs working yet?
No, they are not, Rockstar. Has
Okay.
anybody scored?
No, it's 0-0. But if you had a first alert, weather alert, where would you put it?
They got it over the scoreboard?
They
Okay,
do.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
I've
like,
had
you
to
got
get involved. I've had to get involved before.
You got 4 corners. I'm just curious.
Is it on Fox?
Yes.
All right, I'll text Hardison.
So if I move it to the right corner, is that where you want it?
Well, if you do it to the right corner, you're going to be blocking the Qatar 2022
Where do they
live.
need to put it? Just tell me where the Hardison
I
needs
would
to
put it bottom left.
Well, bottom left sometimes can get in the way of the.
Well, they're doing a crawl. We're doing a first alert crawl right now on the bottom left.
I would do the crawl that says we've got an alternative channel for weather.
Yes.
I've always thought that too. I agree with
Why
you.
not?
I agree too.
Well,
Listen,
I don't think they have alternative channels. Is your
They
problem?
do.
How
They got
does the
6
SEC network have one?
Well,
and
they don't
don't?
ever use it.
They do. They've got 6.2, 6.3, 6.4.
How do you find? I've got DirecTV. I don't get 6.2, 6.3, or 6.4. I get
That sounds like a Ryan Brown problem.
I mean, do you want me to die in bad weather?
That's what you need to. You guys
You
need
can
to
use
have
your phone.
antennas over the air.
I asked somebody the other day. They said I don't have local television anymore. And I said, what about bad weather? I just get on my phone.
Okay, good for them.
Maybe it should just say get on your phone.
Go to the Fox 6 app and remember to like and thumbs up the next round, guys. When we come back, we'll hear more from Hugh Freeze. LT is going to bolt now. This is a little overtime hour here, and he had some plans this afternoon. So, Lance, thank you for the
Well, I mean,
extra
I've got something
segment.
I can't get out of.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Things you can't get out
Well,
of.
you made it sound like he was going to play golf. He got plans.
Jeez, guys, come on. You're in my grill too much today. It's been a chaotic day. But, Lance, thank you for your service.
TV's working.
Thank you for your service. When we come back, more of the Hugh Freeze reaction as we continue on this bonus hour. And we'd love your reaction, too, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, or you can call up 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Some of your reaction over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Dustin says, any Liberty players at Auburn next year? It'll be interesting to check that Liberty roster out because one thing we saw, it's different to some degree, But even at the Sunbelt CUSA Liberty level, who's an independent right now, going into CUSA, at Louisiana, there were a couple of players that followed Billy Napier to Florida, including, I think, one offensive lineman and one running back who may have been really productive players for them.
Well, you immediately started quarterback. They didn't get great quarterback play this year, though, at Liberty.
So they lost their starter.
They did.
And Charlie Brewer.
Yeah, and Jonathan Bennett was the kid that took over, 12 touchdowns, 9 picks. He just didn't have a tremendous year. So they don't have a Malik Willis-type quarterback. And I think a lot of Auburn fans would like to see Robbie Ashford develop under Freeze, but it's not, if you're looking for quarterback or something like that, I don't think that's what you're going to get.
Yeah, but we'll see who bounces out in the portal. Sometimes that can happen. A Caden McNamara, a guy who's not known for a passer, but he did navigate a Big Ten season, won a Big Ten championship, went to the playoffs.
Now, something Auburn could use, they had a kid named Demario Douglas that had 1,000 receiving yards. Now, I think he's got an extra year because of COVID. This gets really tricky now because of that extra COVID year for everybody. But I think he gets one more year. So a kid like that, if you needed to pop a receiver in there, he was a good receiver for Liberty.
Okay, before we get back into the discussion about Hugh Freeze and more from what he said in his news conference, Rockstar's viewing menu tonight is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. New Life Art, a wonderful holiday gift. Go to their website, just Google New Life Art, and you'll get great Daniel Moore paintings that have been painting the moments of our sports lifetimes. And you get great gifts right there from our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar?
Jim, I'm going to make your night a little better. I know it's been a hectic day.
I've already watched it last night. Love Actually.
Wow.
Is that what it was?
7 p.m. tonight, ABC, The Laughter and Secrets of Love Actually, 20 years later.
I saw that they're doing this. So
I've not seen that.
This
I like
is
that.
not actually the movie. This is like behind the scenes about the movie.
This is the secrets
That's right.
of Love Actually.
Yeah, I
20 years later.
I thought of Dunaway the moment I saw this. What was I watching the other night? There was some Disney something on my kid was watching. And I saw them do this. I thought, Dunaway, I need to tell Dunaway about that. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't tell Dunaway about it. I'm glad you
My friend Rockstar did.
What's weirder is you watched the actual movie last night?
Yeah, I watched the movie again. It was 2 nights ago, maybe. Maggie was Sunday night. Maggie was decorating the tree, and I did not want to participate. I was watching Alabama, North Carolina play basketball, and then I was, rolling around smoking a cigarette, and the afterglow of Alabama being #1 North Carolina, and I did not want to go downstairs and decorate the tree. And she goes, "I promise, I got a movie on you'll want to watch." And I walked down there, and she unpaused. It was Love Actually. So
what a moment.
Put the tree up and
how many
watched
times
Love
do you
Actually.
think that makes it that you've seen it?
I've seen it. I've seen it probably 43 times.
I don't think that's a very specific number. I've ever seen it. I don't think I've ever seen Love Actually.
As a group, let's watch it. That'll be our tradition, Christmas movie tradition.
Well, Maggie made a point that how sad it is. And it is sad when you think about it. But I liked it. I like it.
Actually, and then there's a new show, 9 p.m. on A&E called Customer Wars. You remember Storage Wars? This is Customer Wars. A concert goer in Toronto is accused of throwing a glass container at the stage and is set upon by the band. A robbery attempt in Texas is thwarted by quick-thinking employees. And a fan who runs onto the field at Dodger Stadium gets taken out by the ball girl.
The old ball girl.
The old ball girl.
I think
That's not what
this is
you saw
just like
coming.
America's Funniest Home Videos, but with criminals.
Landmine Believer. This is thanks for what New Life Art, what Rockstar is watching there.
Yes, thank you, Rockstar.
Landmine Believer in the Vulcan Tower Automotive chat room. This is a great point. I mean, there aren't many Liberty fans, but if you are a Liberty fan,
I thought about this when he said it.
Hugh admitted in the news conference, I've been watching Auburn games for weeks, and he did say our schedule coincided where I wasn't doing something for Liberty. I was able to watch the game. But he did spend a lot of time watching Auburn and evaluating personnel down the stretch.
His end of season, after that Arkansas win, which, by the way, was the Brown Bandit pick. I don't know if you remember that. I
do remember
I had
that,
Liberty straight up in that game. 21-19, they beat Arkansas. They would not win again. So think about how long that Arkansas loss seems to Liberty, how long ago it seems. They lost 36-33 to UConn on the road, who's not good. Lost at home to Virginia Tech 23-22, who is not good. And they got shelled last week in that embarrassing game by New Mexico State 49-14. Either way that they went, they were bringing in a coach on a 3-game losing skid, Dunaway. Whether it was Lane Kiffin or Hugh Freeze, they were going to have to bring in a coach on a 3-game losing skid. Now, both those guys have enough of a track record that you're not judging them on those last 3 games. But in both cases, I think fan bases have to be upset with what they got at the end of their season, because I think it was pretty clear, and Hugh Freeze made it clear today, he had a lot of focus on Auburn.
A little bit more from Hugh Freeze. Rockstar Q up number 13 while Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie. If you're getting ready for the championship games this weekend, Georgia an 18.5-point favorite over LSU. It is 16.5 Michigan over Purdue. Just 2.5 points TCU favored against Kansas State and 2.5 for USC against Utah. 7.5 Clemson against North Carolina. Those are the Power 5 championship games this week. You can play any of those games with our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, Dunaway, is the site to go to, MyBookie.ag. Now, here's what they're going to do when you use promo code NEXTROUND. If you deposit $500 or more, you can claim a bonus of up to $200. That's all the way up to $200, all right? It's a 10% cash bonus on deposits up to $200, $50 minimum up to the $200 that you get on the bonus there. Find out more at mybookie.ag. You just use promo code NEXTROUND for that. Promo code NEXTROUND, brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to get their cash in and cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make it a winning season, whatever season it is. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Use promo code NEXTROUND for that bonus when you sign up. MyBookie.ag, a bonus of up to $200 at MyBookie.ag with promo code NEXTROUND.
A lot of the Brian Harsin news conference was spent talking about Nick Saban in Alabama. He had a lot of questions. Hugh did get one today in his introductory news conference earlier today. Here's Hugh Freeze.
Robbie, how excited are you about this?
Yeah, miss punches. Okay, here's Hugh Freeze earlier today in the news conference.
Ole Miss, how much are you looking forward to matching up against Nick Saban in the Iron Bowl?
Well, you don't take this job if you're not built to want that, and I welcome that. I want it. I want to be in that arena. I want I really, really, really enjoy that type of game. And I have a great respect for Nick, and he and Miss Terry have been really good friends to us too. But I hope they're a little nervous today.
That graphic you see there, the Auburn part, was actually built by Auburn. That's not like ESPN throwing it in or us throwing it in. That was an Auburn graphic that said Hugh Freeze is the only active SEC coach with multiple wins versus Nick Saban. And I've said a couple times, I think he's the only one that has done it. And people have reminded me, actually, Les Miles, of all people, did it in 10 and 11, which is true. I've forgotten about that part. Hasn't happened very often. And Saban's been at Alabama a long time.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. I know. It's emotional.
It's a big day, man. We're all struggling.
Saban has
when
been
Saban
there.
loses multiple games back to back.
It's terrible. He's been there a long time, and you go against the same teams a lot. For that never to happen is pretty remarkable, or to happen as little as it has. But it shows you how big a point that is for Auburn in hiring Hugh Freeze, that they had that built and ready to go. You've done this before. I don't want you laughing at me. You'll do it again, and I'll laugh at you.
No, I don't want you to laugh. I'm all of a sudden, I just had the brown band in my head. I don't need that air.
Seriously.
Air? I don't need the air.
What are words? I don't finish the sentence. Eat them.
So anyway, that shows you, like I said earlier, if Hugh Freeze were 0-5 against Alabama, against Nick Saban, do you think he has this job?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think the fact that he was 2-3 and won those back-to-back games, and they were such wild, spectacular wins, everybody remembers them. I think that's part of the reason he's got this job. I'm not saying it's the only reason he's got it, but if John Cohen did, in fact, have the 58-point checklist, I don't know how many of those that Hugh Freeze checked off, but ability to beat Alabama and Nick Saban, he could check that one off and say, I've done that. Yep. And that shows you how important it was that Auburn had the graphic ready to go.
Southern Snapper, I hope they're a little nervous today. Inject that into my veins. Auburn fans love to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want. The most famous quote, one of the most famous quotes in Auburn history was the day Pat Dye was hired. And Auburn had not won, in a decade at that point, or 9 years or something like that. And a reporter said, how long do you think it'll take you to beat Bear Bryant in Alabama? Paraphrasing there. And Pat Dye's famous answer was 60 minutes.
60 minutes,
and
exactly.
Man, Auburn fans ate that up. And it is an amazing answer.
It's a great quote.
It's a great quote. And Auburn fans ate that up because you had a coach that wasn't just surrendering to Bear Bryant in Alabama and saying, we'll get ours. They can have the Iron Bowl. We'll get the rest. No, I mean, he went after him. And Pat Dye flipped that rivalry.
Yep.
He's probably, in fact, the most instrumental Auburn person in the history of that rivalry. He flipped it and he got it on campus.
When APRs were becoming a big thing, graduation rates and such, Wimp Sanderson was asked, how many of your players graduate? And he said, everyone that wants to.
Yeah. Every one of them that wanted to graduated. Now, Wimp, I think, was passing the buck a little bit there, but it's a great quote. Now, here's the thing. And as Milkman points out, once again, Freeze beat Saban back-to-back because Saban was in transition in his offensive philosophy. That is true. He was. However, really what got him was Freeze. He had that up-tempo system that Saban had at the time struggled with. Alabama sees that much more now than they used to. Much more now than they used to. So, there was a time where it was really about only Freeze and Gus Malzahn. LSU ran that really slow, methodical offense. Alabama defended that easily. Tennessee had no offense. Alabama defended that easily. Mississippi State didn't have Mike Leach yet. Alabama was able to defend that. So, you had an offensive philosophy that gave Alabama a lot of trouble under Hugh Freeze.
One of those defeats was a throw into the end zone at the end where the Alabama tight end, I believe, couldn't get his foot down.
It was O.J. Howard. Actually, I don't know that he couldn't get his foot down. Didn't the ball get intercepted? He didn't go up for it hard enough or whatever?
That's what it was, yeah.
Got intercepted to the back of the end zone for Blake Sims to O.J. Howard.
Yeah.
And then the next year, there was a lot that went on that year. That was Lane Kiffin
starting
Cooper Bateman over Jake Coker, and it was a disaster for Alabama.
And then balls were bouncing off helmets, fumbling kickoffs.
Alabama had 5 turnovers. I mean, Alabama was a mess in that game, but Ole Miss, to their credit, was there to take advantage of that. I mean, you can't just write it off as Alabama playing like crap. I think Ole Miss scored 43 points in that game.
I was in Oxford the day that Hugh Freeze's Ole Miss team beat them, and that was the weekend when we got there. And I've yet to go to a town again, in an SEC football town, than that weekend in Oxford, which was the craziest time. I believe that was the...
It was the Katy Perry game, if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
And as soon as we pulled in town, we were going to go to our normal place for lunch or try to get in. I knew it was going to be crowded. The Mississippi National Guard had a checkpoint. And what are you doing? Well, we're heading down to have lunch in the square. Too crowded. We're not allowing anybody else in. There's so many people in town that they were limiting access to downtown Oxford. There were so many people there. And eventually, I think they ended up blocking off a bunch of streets. So there was more freedom of movement. There was a crazy game day crowd. It was just an insane weekend in Oxford, Mississippi. It was a fun weekend, except Alabama lost the football game.
Yep. Now, El Tigre did exactly what I knew somebody would do, which is why I said what I said at the end of that. When Alabama loses, they beat themselves. I did not say that. I said Alabama turned it over 5 times, and I literally said you have to give Ole Miss credit for being in position to take advantage of those. They literally scored, I think, 43 points in that game. So Freeze deserves credit for those wins.
More of what the reaction has been to Hugh Freeze being announced today in this special hour of the show. That's being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Hemphill. I'll give you a soccer update here in a second as well. But if you got something that's not draining right, or flushing right, or something like that, call the name people have trusted in Birmingham since 1954. That's Hemphill Services. Call them up, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. Remember, for your plumbing, your cooling, your heating needs, Adam and Chad fix it. They fix it right, and they fix it at a fair price. It is our friends at Hemphill, 205-229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. Currently, the Americans have just taken the lead. If we're not offsides here. Pulisic has been racked in the crotch.
Kicked to the old balls.
But the Americans are up 1-0 if it does not get waved off.
Do you think there's a possibility it's offsides, or you're just saying that because there's always offsides?
It looked at it. Des looked like he's offsides. They're on right now. They're showing the replay.
Yeah, right now 1-0. We have the TV back in here, Rockstar, now.
What did Tyler say?
He's on.
He's on. Tyler has ruled him on side?
No, Tyler is an American. He is not Iranian. We are watching this.
Did you tell him about that?
There's the kick. Oh, everybody's on side.
All right, so that goal stands?
I think so.
All right.
I think so.
That's a goal. All right, so we're
that's huge. The Americans have to win. They cannot draw.
Yeah, we're late in the half there, too.
Oh, and he got a cleat to the old Pulisic. Got a cleat right to the old Pulisic.
Oh, no, to the knee.
That was
to
knee.
the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that did not feel good there.
Josh Pate with a good header right to Pulisic right there in the middle.
Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson and Josh Pate had a kid. Great goal by the Americans, up 1-0 over Iran in the 38th minute is the way they say it in soccer, right? That was in the 38th minute?
Sure.
I think technically it's the 39th minute.
No, not until
That's
now.
the
Now
40th
it's the 39th
minute. I don't know, man. Starts at 0. That's the first minute when it starts at 0.
All right. We are back in a second right here on the next round. Stay with us.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Pulisic is back in the game, and his goal did count. He struggled with an injury there, was out for about 4 minutes of game time, but he's back in as they approach the half here.
He's a little dramatic. He's that guy you used to always play with that got hurt all the time and liked to just come back from the injury, so he'd fake hurt a lot.
But, you're the hero. Like, my
Yeah,
God,
yeah, yeah.
dude, we thought you were dead. No, this is for you guys.
No, that's who this guy is. Yeah, he's a little dramatic.
That's Ryan Brown and
come on,
Sean
Dunaway.
Henniger. I don't
You
think
know
he
it.
is. He's the greatest American soccer player of all time.
Is he really?
He is the macho
Yep.
man Randy Savage of soccer.
No, he's not. He's better than
He's
Landon
the
Donovan's pretty
greatest
good.
soccer player from the United States to ever put on the USA kit.
Who's
He
number
is
two?
number one.
Yeah.
Do not have a number two. Nobody else has earned that compliment. He is.
I mean,
number one.
Alexi Lawless?
No.
Great defender. He's
Landon
good.
Donovan?
Landon Donovan should be up there. He's got
Yeah.
the most goals.
I think
The
I'm
most
out.
caps
Yeah.
as well.
No, this guy's a drama guy, but that's all right.
He's not. He's actually playing meaningful minutes in the Premier League.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean you're not a drama guy.
You think Tua could have taken that hit?
Tua's not a drama guy. He just gets hurt a lot.
Yeah, exactly. But the Americans are up 1-0 against Iran. And am I saying that right? Iran?
Oh, they'll tell you. They'll threaten your
Iran?
life.
Iran?
I feel sorry. I mean, somebody in the chat room said these guys are probably going to get killed when they get back home, and I feel bad about that, but I guess I'm still pulling for the Americans.
Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Nichols Outfitters, Jimmy Dunaway, they want to maybe buy your old firearm or hunting rifle. If it's just laying around collecting dust, they may be interested in purchasing it from you. If you've upgraded in the past few years, consider selling your old firearm, put some cash in your pocket. Nichols Outfitters, these guys know outdoors. Exit 242, I-65 in Pelham.
All right, Hugh Freeze, as you would imagine, he got asked about integrity with everything that he has dealt with his life and rebuilt in his marriage and his family and in his professional life. But that was a question that he was asked today at Auburn, as you would expect. Here's how he answered that question.
Integrity is not always getting it right, or none of us would have it. It's really when you don't get it right, what do you do? And you look at the end of the day of the film of your game, the film of your practice, the film of your life, the film of your decisions, and they don't lie. And you have to own that at the end of the day. And guess what? Sometimes there are consequences when you don't get it exactly right. We fumbled the ball 8 times. You're probably not going to win. There's a consequence to that. You made a really poor decision. There may be a consequence to that. And that's okay. It's not great, and there may be consequences. You must accept those consequences. Make the necessary changes, and get up the next day and play the next play.
Yeah, and he went on to say that's what he's been doing in his personal life. He got up and he went to work. You know, he did this, he did this, he did this. He woke up the next day, and some days were not good days. But he kept doing it, he kept doing it, he kept doing it for 6 years now, and he's got this opportunity, which was what was very important to him, was to get back to this level, the SEC level, to have one more shot to do that, because he threw it away when he was at Ole Miss.
He did. I mean, I think he, of all people, knows that there are consequences to actions. See, that's the whole thing. I don't want to go too deep here, and we do have some breaking news on the coaching front. I don't want to go too deep here, but that's the whole thing. Like from a Christianity standpoint, which Hugh Freeze talks a lot about, forgiveness does not come without consequences.
That's right.
Like you can be forgiven, and that's not even just religion. That's like in real life. Like if you did something to me, I can forgive you for it, but it could, or if I did something to you, it could hurt our relationship forever, right? You never trust me again, or you never, whatever, right? I mean, that's consequences. I've forgiven you, but there's just always consequences. And he knows that. Hugh Freeze knows that better than anybody. He screwed up. He screwed up a good bit, and his consequences were you lost your dream job. And, I mean, not many people get the second chance he's gotten. And you wonder how much that motivates you.
All right, developing news brought to you by our friends at Cohen Equipment. Cohen Equipment brings you our poll questions. Taylor's sending those out all the time at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live.
And if you're looking for that new plastic on the seat piece of equipment, they can be really, really difficult to find. Cowen can take care of you. All that heavy equipment right there at Cowen.com, Cowen Equipment. Georgia Tech, according to Ross Dellinger and Pete Thamel, they have chosen to take the interim tag off of Brent Key's name and make him the head football coach at Georgia Tech.
Now, that's something some Auburn fans wanted to happen with Carnell Williams, and it rarely happens. So Brent Key is now the new head coach.
That's according to sources telling Ross Dellinger that at SI Now, or at Sports Illustrated, that Brent Key, the Georgia Tech alum, had a lot of support in Atlanta, 4-4 in the interim. I mean, that was a program that was dead in the water when he took it over from our buddy Jeff Collins, and he made chicken you-know-what out of chicken you-know-what. No, he made chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what. I'm sorry, Right Star.
Local guy, though, who coached at Alabama.
From Trussville.
Trussville. He's from Trussville, but played at Georgia Tech, and he did a tremendous job in the interim. My question would be, though, you just got rid of Jeff Collins, who he worked for.
That's always the thing.
So if you're going to hire the interim coach, how is it going to be different?
And that's always, you know how I feel about hiring the interim, right? And I'm happy for Brent Key. We know Brent, and he's a good dude. He's a local guy, and I'm very, very happy for him, right? But this is one reason, no offense to Bryant Vincent or anyone like that. Bryant Vincent's a little bit different because he coached a full year, right? But and he wasn't taking over for a coach that's been fired. He's taking over for a coach that had actually been successful that had to leave for health issues. But Dabo Swinney is the example that everybody likes to point at of the opposite of what I'm about to say. But when things are going in such a bad direction, you choose to fire your coach midseason. That guy was on the staff too. Like, you got to sell me on why is this guy different than the staff that was failing?
That's right.
Like, why was Brent Key?
I mean, you were part of our recruiting. You were part of our
That's
offensive game planning. You were part of this. So I guess he has taken over and still using a lot of the things that he believed in, Jeff Collins believed in and such, and just maybe managed it better, and they feel better about it moving forward.
We got two different reactions in the Vulcan Tire chat room. One is hoping that Pete Golding got that job. One was hoping that Bill O'Brien got that job. Either way, they were hoping Alabama assistant got that job. I think Bill O'Brien was their prize candidate. There are those that are speculating that Georgia Tech was not paying enough for O'Brien to take it. Those that are speculating that this shows he thinks he can get back in the NFL. Both of those could be true, by the way. Those are not mutually exclusive.
I'm going to throw some names out, and you tell me where you think they're coaching next year.
All right.
Current job or another job, or if they fit any of these openings. Troy Calhoun, Air Force. He's done a pretty good job there. Here are the openings we have right now. You've got Cincinnati. Georgia Tech is full now. Colorado, Stanford, Liberty, UAB, USF, FAU, Charlotte, Western Michigan, Texas State, Tulsa, and UNLV. As great as the coaching carousel was last year, a lot of jobs here I don't care about.
That bad this year. Yeah, as good as it was last year, it's that bad this year. In fact, I mean, Auburn was easily, to me, the best opening that we had this year.
That's right. Them in Wisconsin, yes.
Yeah, and last year, I mean, it was hard to say what was the best opening. So many were open.
Cincinnati's the best currently open job out there.
I would agree with you on that one.
Troy
Especially
Calhoun,
going to
Air
the Big 12.
Force.
He's still at Air Force. I think he may be a lifer there now.
Jeff Grimes, Baylor OC, hot name early in the Auburn coaching search. It cooled on that a little bit. He's a guy that really a lot of people cooled on as the season went on because Baylor's offense has not looked like it looked last year.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is they're done. I know we're only Tuesday, but they're done. I think if he was going to be hired, he could have been announced by now if one of these places was going to take him. So I'm going to say he's still at Baylor.
Interesting name here, Dan Mullen. He looks happy on TV.
Yeah, again, a guy that you could have hired at any point. I don't know any of these jobs are big enough to pull him. I mean, I think Dan Mullen, having coached at Florida and Mississippi State, 2 SEC jobs.
Dan Mullen at Cincinnati, going to the Big 12.
Yeah. There again, and Cincinnati's just now open. I mean, I've got to think they were caught a little off guard by this. They're probably scrambling to get their crap together. I don't know that they thought Fickle was going to bolt that quickly.
A guy who I thought could be the OC at Alabama, Tom Herman, who's with the CBS Sports Network.
I think Herman's still out of coaching. I'll tell you what gets said a lot about Tom Herman is he is really difficult to work with. That's been something that's latched on to him, and I think stuck with him for a little bit.
Gary Patterson, Texas. I think he's 62.
I think it's more likely he's Texas' defensive coordinator than he's a head coach somewhere.
Interesting stuff there. And an interesting day seeing Hugh Freeze standing in front of the interlocking A&U in that news conference. Now he starts recruiting and rebuilding that Auburn roster. We'll have more reaction tomorrow. Halftime out at the World Cup with the Americans on the good side. A complete reaction to that game. Live on Wednesday show at 9 a.m. Central Time Wednesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new Ford